Hey everyone, welcome back to part 2 of the full stack pizza delivery application with React Native. So in the previous part, we had built the part 1 where we had completed the complete backend part, writing all of the endpoints, middlewares, routes, and we also, were able to test each of the route and it was working fine. We did that with the help of the curl commands. So now in part 2, we're going to complete building up your front end part that is going to contain all of the designs, your home, cart, info screen, checkout, success, okay, and also the admin panel as well, where it's going to be in the mobile itself. We're going to show it onto the admin side of the app. That is all of the orders placed, the order statuses that is for each order, and all the other details. Okay, so now the first step is to get started with the front end part, so you can completely close the backend. It's working properly fine, and make sure the backend is running. So I'm going to say cd backend and npm run dev. Okay, there you go, the backend is running now, and everything now is going to happen within your main route and your app folder. Okay, so make sure to create your store and install Justin and Axios to the main project. These are required. So I'm going to say yarn add Axios Justin, enter. Okay, we also need access to the React Native async storage as well. Let's see if at all we do have that installed. Nope, it's not there. So go ahead and then search for your async storage, React Native Expo. Let's install it using with this command. Yeah, I think this is still installing. Let's wait for this to complete. Not sure why it's taking a lot of time. Or let's do one thing. Let's actually, install it into another terminal. Yeah, I think it is almost done. Yeah, so this part is done. As you can see over here, it got installed. Yeah, I think even this is done. There you go, Justin has been installed, and even this is also there. Okay, cannot see Justin for some reason. Axios is there. Yeah, Justin got installed now. Alright, so this is good. So now we can create the store folder. This is for the state management part. I'm going to say store. Within that, we're going to have two files, your cart store as well as your auth store. So let's go and then write the code for that. Okay, so I'm going to say auth store.ts. Onto the top, first of all, let's define how our user is going to look like. So interface user, it is going to have ID of string, name of string as well, email string, phone is also going to be of string. So phone is going to be optional field, so I'm going to say string or null. Okay, so this part is done. Next we're going to say interface auth state. Alright, this in turn is going to have a user of type user or null. Then token, it's going to be string or null. Okay, we're going to have a ease loading state as well. That is going to be of type boolean. Apart from that is hydrated. This is also going to be of type boolean. Next is for set auth, taken a user of type user. Token is going to be of type string. This is going to return a promise of void. Okay, next is going to be for logout. Over here we're going to say promise of void. Okay, next we're going to say hydrate. Here we're going to say promise of void. Okay, so these two are the required interfaces for the type user as well as for the type auth state that we're going to use. So onto the top, let's import two things, your secure store. Okay, I think I've not installed that. Let's install that as well. I'm going to search for expo secure store. Let's go to the first link and let us install with this command, enter. Here I'm going to say import star as secure store from expo secure store. All right, next we're going to say import create from Justin. Okay, that's it. These were the required things over here, and let's try to export the auth store over here. I'm going to say export default. It's going to be use auth store equals to create method from Justin. It's going to take in the auth state that we have defined. Use the set over here. Okay, so for some reason it went off, not sure why. Okay, so here we're going to say user is going to be null initially. Okay, even your token is going to be null for the user. Is loading is going to be set to false, and is hydrated is going to be set to false as well. Apart from that, I'm going to say your set auth. This is going to be an async method with your user comma token. Let's write all of the methods now. For logout is just going to be async method, no parameters. Next, you're going to have your hydrate method over here. This also is going to be an async method. Okay, I think I've missed the bracket over here, or the arrows. Yeah. So for set auth, it's going to be pretty simple. So here I'm directly going to say await your secure store dot, we're going to say set item async, just set with the help of key value pair and the token. Okay, similarly second one, I'm going to say secure store dot set item async with respect to user. Here I'm going to say json dot stringify of your user. Once that's done, so here we're going to say set to be of your user as well as the token. Okay, that's it. For logout is pretty simple. Just try to clear off the values with the help of delete item async method, and then you're going to set the user is null as well as the token is null as well. So for that, I'm going to say just like this, format once. Next, let's move on to the next one. That's going to be for your hydrate method. This is going to have your try catch block. So in catch, I'm going to say await your secure store dot delete item async with respect to your token. That's the key. Next, I'm going to say await your secure store dot your delete item async with respect to your user. All right. Next over here, I'm going to say finally, I'm going to say set is hydrated. Okay, not like this, to be of true. Okay, based on this condition, we're going to make the condition changes within the underscore layout.tsx. That's the main layout. So over here in the try block, I'm going to say const token equals to await. I'm going to say secure store dot, we do have the get item async, and pass on the correct key. That's going to be token in our case. Next is const user string equals to await your secure store dot your get item async with respect to the user. If we have both of these and user string, I'm going to say set the value. That is going to be user json dot stringify, sorry, my bad, json dot parse of your user string, okay, comma your token value. So yeah, that's pretty much it, and we can try to save the file. Okay, so yeah, that error went off, probably a bracket issue. So let's try to save. You can take a look at it from the starting point. We just have pretty simple steps: set auth, logout, and then hydrate. Just 3 values over here. Okay, so you can try to save the file. Now next, let's come back to the app, and then we can first of all make the changes for the layout. We're gonna have all of these layouts as actually, that is your home, cart, orders, as well as profile. Okay, so within the tabs we're gonna have the layout, and apart from that we're gonna have 4 more screens. Let's create that new file. I'm gonna say cart.tsx, next orders.tsx. okay, next you're gonna have your profile.tsx. okay, we have cart, explore, index is going to be like that. We can delete explore for now, not required, and we're going to make the change within the underscore layout. So here let's first of all make the changes for the screen names. First one is going to be index itself. The title is going to be menu. okay, so we're going to have menu, cart, orders, and then profile. So first one is menu, and tab bar icon we're going to take in the color and the size. We're going to render a home icon over here, and this home icon is going to be coming from your expo icons, or we can install a package that is Lucid React Native, and then we can get it from that as well. So yeah, over here I'm going to say yarn add Lucid React Native and then enter. okay, it's got installed. Let's try to import it, or we can do that manually as well. Import home from your Lucid React Native. okay, so this is going to have home, color, size. That's it, no name. So yeah, along with this I think we need to install one more package. Let me just check that out from my previous project. Yeah, that's going to be React Native SVG. So let's go ahead and then install that to be compatible with the React Native, to be compatible with your Lucid React Native icons package. So I'm going to search for React Native SVG for Expo, the first one, copy that down and then install it over here. okay, so the second one is going to be for cart. Let us write it like this, and options title is going to be cart, tab bar icon taking the color and the size. okay, so here we're going to say shopping cart instead of this. Import it from Lucid React Native, save the file, and copy this down a couple of times for the next two, that is going to be orders and then profile. So here we're going to say orders, this is going to say orders as well, this is going to be profile, title is going to be profile. Change the icon names. The second one, the third one is going to be clipboard list, and the last one is going to be your user icon. Save the file, and we're going to have a bunch of options given to the screen options, that is going to be over here. Along with this, I'm going to remove this and then add the ones we're going to add over here. So yeah, you can try to add all of these screen options. So import platform from React Native as well, format once, save the file. okay, so there you go, that's pretty much it. So this is your entire underscore layout for the app part. So let's come back to your main underscore layout. Over there, let's try to write the routes. Before that, let's create our new folder that's going to be for auth, so that we can have the login as well as the register screen. I think I've added the design for that. That's going to look something like this. These two are the login as well as register. okay, so app, new folder, it's going to be auth over here. okay, so within the auth, I'm going to have the underscore layout.tsx, and we're going to have two screens. That's going to be login as well as register. So login.tsx and then register.tsx. Let's quickly write down the auth. It's going to be pretty simple. I'm going to say export default function your auth layout. Okay, here we're going to say return your stack imported from export router as such, and over here I'm going to say screen options, and we do not want the header to be shown, so I'm going to say header shown is going to be false. Save the file. Alright, this part is done. So now let's make the changes over here so that we could start seeing the auth part, because that's the design we're going to start doing first. That's the login or the register screen. So come back to main underscore layout.tsx. This is the one. So we can pretty much remove everything because you're going to start writing the code from the starting point. Okay, so here I'm going to say function. We're going to have a function called as authGate. Okay, this in turn is going to have your children, and this children is going to be of type react.children node, not children node, react.react node. This is the one. Okay, so here first of all I'm going to get in the token, your is iterated as well as the hide rate from your store. That's a use auth store. Is hydrated comma your hide rate equals to use auth store. Okay, next I'm going to say const segments equals to your use segments imported from export router as such. Here within the use effect I'm going to call the hydrate method, and I'll explain everything after we've written the code for this file. That is what exactly is happening at each point. Okay, call that hydrate method on to the initial mount, and we're going to have one more use effect where we're going to check if at all is headed is true or not, and based on that we're going to either navigate to login or navigate to the app router. So here I'm going to say use effect. Okay, so here I'm going to check if not of is hydrated, directly try to return, no need of executing. Okay, here I'm going to say const in auth equals to segments of 0 is going to be equals to your auth. Okay, here next we're going to check if not of token present and in auth, I mean and not of in auth, then we need to navigate to the login part. Else if token and in auth is present, then in this case we're going to navigate to the main route, and all of these are going to be dependent upon your token, your is hydrated as well as your segments. And over here if at all your not of is hydrated is true, then we're going to show the view with the activity indicator and import all of these from React Native. Okay, once that's done, we're just going to return the children over here just like this. Okay, that's it, and this is your function authGate, and we're gonna use your root layout as well. So export default function root layout. Here I'm going to say return. It's going to be guarded by the authGate. All right, and we're going to have the stack over here from export router. So first one, stack.screen, name is going to be auth. Second one is going to be the app, that's going to be the main router. So here I'm going to say app. That's it. So some screen options over here. This is going to be your header shown as false. Okay, and here below the stack I'm going to pass on my status bar value. I'm going to say status bar style is going to be auto. import it from React Native. Save. So here, first of all, let's understand the entire setup that we've written with respect to the authentication flow. That is, if at all they're logged in, we need to show the app router. If at all they're not logged in, we need to show the auth router that is containing your login as well as the register screens. All right, so this is the root point of your Expo application. Okay, so everything passes through here within the root layout. So we have written a component called as the authgate component, that is going to be this one. So this is considered as the route protection layers. So here initially it gets your auth token, your is hydrated value as well as the hydrate function as you've written over here. Okay, and we are using something called as segments from Expo router. So this returns the current root segments, and based on that we're going to check the condition if at all it is auth or app. That's what we're doing over here. Okay, so yeah, apart from that, if at all the current route is auth login, then segment is going to be auth and then login. If the route is app and then home, segment is going to be in array app as well as home. So it's going to look something like this. So let's say I'm just going to say segments is going to be in array auth comma your home, something like this. If at all your route is app home, if at all it is auth login, then it's going to be auth here and then login over here. So that's the reason we are checking segments of 0 equals to auth. Okay, that's how we're gonna make it work. So this part is done. The first use effect is considered as the app startup, called the hydrate function, that is run once when the app starts. This triggers your secure store, that is just in restoring the auth session if at all it's present. If not, directly set it to null and automatically we're going to navigate to your auth, that is your login or the register screen. So yeah, second use effect is for the auth redirection part. So it runs whenever your token, your is hydrated as well as your segments change. Okay, so first of all let's understand the first step, that is going to be this line, that is if not of is hydrated return. So this prevents redirecting before storage finishes loading. Without this line, app can flash the login screen or the auth design for a second, then redirects and it can cause a flicker. So that's the reason we have added this line. So step 2 is basically check the current route and based on that navigate over here. Okay, that's it. Okay, so wrong spelling for segments, I've just added that and then I've also written the navigation as well, that is the direction. If at all the first condition is true, then go into this one, else if both of them are present, then navigate to the app router. So that's pretty much it. Okay, so this part is done and we're using replace because user cannot press back and return to the protected screen, and that's the reason you're going to say router replace and not router dot navigate. Okay, so this part is done, and if at all not of is hydrated and if at all it's loading, then show this kind of loading indicator over here. Okay, so yeah, that's it. And finally we're going to show the children over here. So that's pretty much it over here. So let's try to run the app. So I'm going to say clear over here. I'm going to say npx expo start -- clear, enter. Let's press on I. We should be seeing the auth screen hopefully. Okay, not sure why it is showing this screen. Let's look into this first of all. So it says register, it says route. Okay, my bad. I think there is nothing present within your login screen as well as a register screen. So rnfes, save. rnfes as well, save. Okay, the same thing goes for all the other ones as well, that is for your app router, your tabs part. So the code is not present, rnfes, there you go. Now the icons are showing up, rnfes for index as well, for orders too, and for profile as well. Index, cart, orders, profile. Orders is there, index is there, cart also is there, but not sure only these three are being shown, which is the one missing. Yeah, it's coming now. There you go, that's working properly fine. So not exactly sure why we are actually getting this screen. So let's try to actually manually log out and let's add some button over here so that we can log out over here. Okay, let's say within the index itself, So I'm just going to go ahead and then paste it over here, that is within the index file. Save handle logout. We're just trying to call the logout function over here. Logout. Yeah, there you go. Actually, it is working fine because I've used the same device just before preparing for this video. Logout, and boom, just like that, we are able to see logout. I mean, not logout, your login as well as a register screen. Let's verify that. If this is the screen that's being shown, just add some random text. Yeah, that's a screen. Yeah, so we are finally at this point. So we can try to design these two, login as well as register screen. Pretty simple. Let's get started with designing these two screens. Okay. So first of all, let's head over to your login screen.tsx. And over here, I'm going to say export default function. Login screen. Okay. Here, I'm going to say const set auth is going to be coming from your use auth store. Const email comma set email equals to use state. Next, your const password comma set password is going to be equals to use state as well. Empty string. We need access to the loading state. Const loading comma set loading is going to be equals to use state, initially empty. Next, we do also have the state for the error as well. So const error comma set error is going to be equals to use state of empty. Okay. Next, over here, I'm going to say return. Make sure to use a keyboard avoiding view onto the starting point. So this in turn is going to have a class name. Get a flex of 1, bg of white. Behavior, let's pass this out. If my platform.os is equals to iOS, it's going to be padding, else it's going to be height. Alright, within this, let's have the top part of the design. Within that, we're going to have a scroll view as well. Here, scroll view. Here I'm going to say content container style, give it a flex of 1. And I'm going to say keyboard should persist tabs is going to be handled. Okay, that's it. Within that, we're going to have this red color design which says Pizza Rush. Having a view for this, within that, one more piece of text. Import all of these from React Native. The text is going to say the pizza icon. I'm going to get that design, and below this, we're going to have a text. It's going to say Pizza Rush. Below there's one more piece of text which is going to say Bangalore's finest pizza. So let's start designing all of these. So onto the topmost part, class name initially. So it's going to have a BG of this color code, that is E6 3946. Okay, then it's going to have a specific height of 64. I'm going to say rounded, bottom of 48 pixels. Okay, then I'm going to say item center, justify center as well. I'm also going to add the design for this one with the pizza icon. You can just add a pizza slice from the emoji icon. It should work out. And for this text, I'm going to say class name, text of white, text of 3XL, font is going to be bold, or empty of 4, tracking is going to be wide. Okay, so not sure why the designs are not showing up. Let's check out the Tailwind config if at all any issues are there over here. Nope, it should work, but for some reason the designs are not showing up. Let's check out let's come back over here, index.tsx, Okay, my bad, not over here. Your auth login.tsx. Let's remove the scroll view for now. Okay. Okay, my bad. So that should be flex grow of 1, not flex of 1. So that's the reason it's not working. So here I'm going to say flex grow 1. Okay, but yeah, still the color is not being shown. Okay, let's look into that. Class name for this, I'm going to say text rate of 200, text of SM, empty of 1. Actually, the styles are not getting applied. That's the issue. Not sure why. I think I know why it's not working. Let me just check out the underscore layout. Okay, so here we have not imported the global file. That's the reason it's not showing up. So import your main file global.css and it should work out. Reload now. You should be able to see the design. Boom. Just like that, this is working properly fine. Okay, so this part is done. So we can try to come back over here, increase the font size a bit. I'm going to say text MD. Okay, this part is good. So the next one is going to be for the form. I'm going to say view over here, text which says welcome back. One more piece of text which is going to say sign in to continue ordering. So sign in to continue ordering. Save. So for this piece of view, class name, give it a flex of 1, px of 6, pt of 10. For this particular design, class name, text is going to be 2xl, font of bold, text gray of 900, margin bottom of 1. Okay, there you go. That's looking good. And over here, I'm going to say class name, text gray of 500, MB of 8, and text of medium. Alright, that's looking good. We're going to have the next piece of design that's going to be for the email inputs. So text, email, your text input. This is going to have a placeholder that is going to be you at example.com, placeholder text color. It's going to be this color code 9CA3AF. Next is going to be your keyboard type, that is going to be your email address. Apart from that, your auto capitalize is going to be none. Value is going to be email. The state for this has already been defined. On change text is going to be directly set email. Next, it's going to have a long list of design for the class name. You can take a look at it. This is the design for the text input. Save. So for the text, let's pass on the design. Not sure why it's coming over there. Class name. First of all, let's complete designing this. Text gray of 700. Font is going to be semi-bold. MB of 1, text of SM. Save. Just try to add this one more time. It's going to be for the password basically. Placeholder is just going to be a couple of dots. Just like this. And we're going to say secure text entry is going to be true. Change the values. It's going to be password. Here it's going to be set password. Format. It's going to have a pressable. That's going to be the next part. Check the condition. If at all it's loading, then show activity indicator, else show a text which is going to say sign in. just add this activity indicator over here, import it from React Native, save. Okay, I think I messed up the design over here. Let's remove that flex of one once. Okay, I think it's pushing it towards the end part because we've given flex of 1. So this part is good. So alright, so for this I think we can try to give, okay, my bad, I think I've messed up the design over here. I think all of that text input should come within the same view itself, so that's the reason it's coming like this. So copy this down along with this as well. Even the pressable button, they should be coming below this. Now we can give the flex of 1. Okay, it should work out properly fine. There you go, that's fixed. And the design for the pressable disabled is going to be loading sign in. Save the file. Pass on the design for this. So this is going to have a text of white and a font of bold and a text of base. Save the file, reload, open it up again. Below the pressable, having a view. Okay, there is an issue over here. Let's remove this disabled ones. Reload. Okay, we need to add this code over here. Open it up again. Yeah, so this view in turn is going to have a text which is going to say don't have an account. Then next a pressable, which in turn is going to have a text which is going to say sign up. Let's pass on the class name for this. It's going to have a flex of row, justify of center, empty of 6. Pass on the class name for this. It's going to have a text gray of 500, text of SM. For your pressable, I'm going to say on press. Directly taking a function, I'm going to say router dot push to be your / auth register as any. Okay, for the sign up text, let's pass on the design. It's going to have a text of this color code, so text E6 3946. Font is going to be of bold, text of SM. Save. There you go, that's looking pretty neat. So we are done with this screen. Let's move on to the next one. That's going to be the register.tsx. We can pretty much copy down this and then we can make the changes because the design is going to be pretty much similar itself. Let's go and then do that. Okay, so make the changes on the top. This is going to be register screen. Okay, sign up. Okay, so here we're going to have set auth name, set name, that is going to be present const name comma set name is going to be equals to use state empty string. Next, phone is required. That's going to be optional field, but let's have the state for that. Phone comma set phone is going to be equals to use state empty. Next, you're going to have password loading error state. Okay, apart from that, for the keyboard avoiding view, we're going to have the similar design, the starting point and even the behavior as well. And top right section is going to be the exact same thing, no more changes. And for the form, we're going to say join pizza rush instead of welcome back. Save, and we're going to say sign up to start ordering delicious pizzas. Save. Okay, so here we're going to show the error as well. If at all error is there, question mark, else it's going to be null. It's going to be error itself, but let's actually add it within a view, just like this, and make sure to copy down the designs as well. So now let's make the changes. It's going to be your name, your full name, email, phone, and then the password. Okay, so I'm just going to add in all of that. It's going to be pretty much same for the email and password. Just make one more change for the phone and your name. That's going to be the first part. Okay, so just add it over here. You can take a look at it. So initially we're going to have the full name. So the design is going to be same thing for all of the other text inputs as well. You can look at it as well. So this is text, that's for full name, the design for text input, and just hook up the value that is name as well as on change as well. And for this one we're going to have similar, it's already done previously, copy that down. This is added newly, phone. Okay, that's optional field, and add the text input over here. This also is added previously, just copy that down. And this is the sign in button. Instead of that we're going to say create account over here. Okay, so there you go, that got changed. And apart from that we're going to say already have an account over here. Then instead of sign up it's going to say sign in. We can directly say router.back. That is like this. Save the file. Let's press on sign in, and there you go, it's coming correctly to the previous screen. So this part is done. So now the next step is we're going to write a api.ts file that is going to be a shorthand file. That is where we're going to define all of the interceptors, and we're also going to handle that 4.1 error globally as well. And we're also going to create an Axios instance that is the API, and we can use that in any point of our application while calling the APIs. Okay, it becomes pretty simple. So let's create a lib folder onto the root level. So I'm going to say new folder, lib. Here I'm going to say api.ts, and here I'm going to have in all of my code for your API base, your Axios instance that is for creating it, and your interceptors as well, that is auto attaching token to every request. Becomes simple. So that's the reason we're going to add all of that info within this file. Okay, here first of all I'm going to import Axios from Axios. Next I'm also going to import secure store as well. So I'm going to say import star as secure store from your expo secure store. Okay, let's try to initialize our API base over here. That's going to be http localhost 3000 /API/v1. Okay, here I'm going to say export const API is going to be equals to make use of Axios dot we do have the create, use that method. Here it's going to take in the base URL, that is going to be API base. Timeout I'm going to say 10,000, and I'm going to pass on the headers. That's going to be content type application /JSON. Okay, next we're going to write it for the auto attach token to every request. So for that we need to use the interceptors obviously. Here I'm going to say API dot your interceptors dot request dot make use of the use. It's going to be an async method with your config. Here I'm going to say const token, it's going to be equals to await your secure store dot get item async of your token. Here I'm going to check if at all token is present, then set the headers config dot headers dot authorization equals to bearer token. Here I'm going to say return config. Okay, Next, we're going to handle the 401 error globally. For that, I'm going to say API dot interceptors dot response dot use. Here for every response, get in the response, and here we're going to have a async method with your error. Here I'm going to check if at all we do have the error, and furthermore check if at all your error dot your response dot your status is equals to 401. Then just clear the token off. So I'm going to say await your secure store dot delete item async of your token, and here I'm going to say await your secure store dot delete item async of your user as well. So automatically the user is prompted to log in again, that is if at all the token is not valid or something. Here I'm going to say return promise dot reject of your error. Let's format over here and then let's try to save the file. This part is done. Now let's head back to the login screen and then let's first of all try to initialize the handle login function. It's pretty simple. So login.tsx, here onto the top I'm going to say const handle login is going to be equals to our async function. Here if not of email or not of password, I'm going to say set error to be of please enter email and password. And then we're going to return directly. Okay, and here let's try to have in your try catch block. So try and then your catch of error, that is going to be of any. Here I'm going to say set error to be of error dot response dot data dot error, or I'm just going to say login failed if that is not present. And we're going to use the finally block and I'm going to say set loading is going to be false. Okay, that's it. For your try block, I'm going to say initially set loading to be of true, set error to be of an empty string, const result is going to be equals to await your API imported from the lib folder dot post. It's going to be /auth /login. It's going to take in the body, email and the password. Here I'm going to say await set auth, that is going to be result.data.user, comma result.data.token. So that's what the set auth takes, that is two things. So we're just going to set that value and I'm going to say router.replace to be of the /app. As any. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Let's try to format once. There is some issue over here. It says argument of type boolean is not assignable to parameter of type set state actions. So yeah, I think there is an issue over here. Let's check that out. That is where the loading is coming. So it should be false initially, not empty string. Safe. Yeah, that is gone. So let's also write off the function for the next one. That is going to be for register. So I'm going to say handle register. Let's come back over here. Let's also give it to the on press where we have the pressable over here. I'm going to say on press. It's going to be handle login. Save. So here onto the top, I'm going to say pretty much similar code. We're just going to change here and there a little bit. So here I'm going to say const handle register is going to be equals to async function. Okay, so over here first of all, if not of email or password or not of name, Then we're going to show the message saying that please enter name, email and password. Save. Even over here it should be loading, that is as false, not empty string. Okay, you import your API from your lib folder. It's going to be /auth/register, and here instead of your email password it's going to say name, email, password and phone. Okay, and here we're going to say await set auth, again result.user and then result.data.token, and once that's done, again try to replace to the app as any. Okay, your catch block is going to remain same. Here instead of this I'm going to say registration is failed, and then please try again. Okay, and then finally block set loading is to be of false. That's it. And here check the condition stating that if at all your password dot length is less than 6, then over here I'm going to say set error password must be at least 6 characters. Okay, let's try to return over here. Save the file. Let's give this function on to the pressable. Here I'm going to say on press, it's going to be handle register. Format once, save. So yeah, that's it. Let's try to register over here. Let's reload the app once. I'm going to say sign up. Let's enter a full name. I'm going to say email over here. Phone is optional. Let's enter the password. Create account. Okay, it says unmatched route because within the app it should essentially take us to the index. Correct, we do have something in the index, but it is saying no route named app exists in the nested children. Okay, let's look into that. Okay, my bad. Okay, I think I've messed it up. It should be tabs instead of your app. Correct, so rename this to be of apps. Rename this. I'm going to say app over here. Reload, and just like that, since the token was present, we were able to log in, and it is saying welcome the username and log out. So this design was added previously itself. Okay, so now the next step is let's start showing off all the designs that is within the home screen if at all the user is logged in. Correct, so let's come back to app index.tsx. that is going to be this one, and here first of all let's onto the top, let's get in, or let's define all of the interfaces that we're going to use. I'm going to say interface, your pizza variant, this is going to have a ID of string, your size is going to be of string as well, crust string, your price is going to be of number. Okay, next I'm going to say interface pizza, this is going to have a ID of string, it's going to have a name as well of type string, description string, is veg boolean, is best seller, is gonna be boolean as well, your base image is gonna be string, your variant is gonna be of pizza variant in the form of array. Okay, that's it. Next we're gonna have it for the category, so I'm gonna say interface category, ID is going to be of type string, name is also going to be of type string, your description is going to be of type string. Finally, your pizzas, that is going to be in the form of array, just like this. Okay, here on the top I'm going to define my width that is required for the cards. So I'm going to say const width, that is going to be of your screen width, this is the name we're going to use, equals to your dimensions dot get of your window. Here I'm going to say const card underscore width is going to be equals to your screen width minus 36 divided by 2. That's what we're going to use. So it is going to be responsive in all of the designs. So let's come back over here, that is above the return block. Let's remove this for now. That was just for the testing purpose. You can comment this out. So here first of all, we're going to design all of these upper categories. We need to get that first, and all of the APIs are already working. We just need to code it out. So here I'm just going to say const categories comma set categories is going to be equals to use state. This is going to be of type category. That's already defined onto the top. Next we do need a loading state, so I'm going to say const loading comma set loading is going to be use state initially set to true. Apart from that, we also need access to the active category, that is which category is currently selected. So I'm going to say const active category comma set active category is going to be equals to use state initially empty string, and we also have that wedge only. So for all we press on that, only wedge items are going to be shown for the entire application. So here I'm going to say const wedge only comma set wedge only is going to be equals to use state set to be false. Okay, next const scroll left scroll ref is going to be equals to your use ref imported from React. Okay, this is going to be of scroll view initially it's going to be set to null. So here next I'm going to say const your category, not category, your section offsets, even that is required. So section offset is going to be equals to your use ref of type record. It's going to be in the form of string comma number. So here next I'm going to add it for the category scroll ref. You can take a look at it. Apart from that, we're going to call the function that is going to be fetch catalog, that is going to hit the endpoints to /catalog / your categories. So here I'm going to say use effect. Okay, this is going to run on the initial mount. So here we're going to call the fetch cart, not fetch cart, fetch catalog. Let's define this below over here. So I'm going to say const fetch catalog is going to be equals to a async function. Here let's try to have in your try catch block. So try and catch of error. Okay, here I'm going to say console.error failed to fetch catalog with that specific error message, and we do have a finally block as well. Here I'm going to say set loading is going to be of false. Alright, so here within the try block, pretty simple, const result is going to be equals to await API, get it from the lib folder. It's going to be dot get, it's going to be / your catalog / your categories. Okay, so once we do have that, just try to set the state. I'm going to say set categories to be of your result.data. Okay, check the condition stating that if at all the result dot your data, if its length is greater than 0, then we're going to set the active category that's going to be of the first one, let's say pizza mania. Okay, whatever is there in the data, it's going to set that. So I'm going to say set active category to be of your result dot data of 0 dot your id. Okay, that's it. So this part is done. Let's try to log the categories. Hopefully we should be able to see the details. Console.log data and categories. Reload the app and boom, just like that we do have all of these categories coming from the backend because the backend is running. Okay, there you go, we are getting the info over here. Register is success, even this is working fine. So yeah, we are good to go. We are able to fetch all of the categories. Okay, now over here I'm going to add it for the if loading is true, what needs to happen. We're going to show a view. Basically I'm going to say return a view. So over here I'm going to have a activity indicator. I'm going to have a size that is going to be large. Okay, color is going to be equals to hashtag E6 3946. Okay, then below that I'm going to have a text which is going to say loading menu. So here class name for this, or let's give it some internal styling itself. So style, it's going to have a color of this color code that is 9CA 3AF. Then we're going to have some margin top as well, that is going to be 12, font size of 13. Okay, and letter spacing of 0.3. Save the file. Okay, so this part is good. So now let's get back to the return block. That's the main return block. So here I'm going to make use of a safe area view, import it from the context, and let's pass on the class name for this. Yeah, I think this is going to have some internal styling itself. Okay, so let's go ahead and then write the internal styling. So style, we're going to have a flex of 1. You can actually write using tailwind as well, it's going to be similar itself. Background color is going to be FA. Save. Okay, there you go, that's working fine. Next, let's design the header part. That's going to be something like this. Okay, so view over here. Within this, you're going to have one more view. Within that, a text which is going to say delivering to. Below this, we're going to have one more piece of text which is going to say Bangalore. Save. As you can see, that text is being shown. And yeah, apart from the text which says Bangalore, we're going to have a text which is going to say change as well within a view. So here we're going to say text and then change. First of all, let's design this. So style over here, it's going to have a background color of E9 or E63946. Then we're going to have a border radius as well, that is going to be of 4, padding horizontal of 5, and padding vertical, that is going to be 2. Okay, and for the class, and for the style, for the text which says change, and for the style for the text which says change, we're going to have the color being given. It's going to be white color. So F, a shorter font size of 9, and a font weight of, let's say, 700. As you can see, that's looking fine. So now the text for Bangalore, I'm going to say style, font size is going to be 17, font weight is going to be 800, a gap of 5, and a margin top of 2. So the text which says delivering to, I'm going to say class name, style. This is going to have font size of 11, color of this color code, copy that down. Okay, next we're gonna have some letter spacing as well, 0.5. Apart from that, I'm gonna say text transform is gonna be uppercase. Save. There you go. That's looking pretty good. Now for the outermost view, I'm gonna pass on the style. So this is gonna have some padding horizontal. Okay, that's gonna be 20. Comma your padding top, that's gonna be 6. Padding bottom, that's gonna be 12. And your background color, that's gonna be triple F. Flex of row and align items to center, because this design needs to be in a row fashion, and justify content is gonna be space between. Save. There you go. It's like that. Is looking good. Now for the inner view, we need to pass on the style, that is the view below you're delivering to. This is the one. So style over here, this is gonna have again flex of row, so pass on that, and then align items of center. Okay, next I'm gonna say gap of 5, and then a margin top of 2. Save. There you go. That's looking pretty good. Now the next step is for the right side of the design, so let's have a view for that. Here we're gonna have a pressable imported from React Native. Within the pressable, we're gonna have a view. This view in turn is gonna have one more view, that is gonna be self-enclosing, and below this view we're gonna have a text which is gonna say wedge. Save. Okay, as you can see, automatically it went into the correct position. So I'm gonna get the design for the inner view, that is gonna be for the wedge kind of green design. So I'm just gonna add it over here. You can take a look at it. As you can see, that's the small green design that is gonna point to wedge. Now for this one, I'm gonna pass on the style. This is gonna have a font size of 11, then a font weight of, let's say, 700. Next color, if at all it's wedge only, it's gonna be this color code, that is 16A, 34A. Else it's gonna be 6B, 72, and then 80. Okay, save the file. That's looking fine. And now for the pressable, I'm gonna give the style. It's gonna be in a row fashion. So style, give it a flex of row, align items of center, give it a gap of 6, and I'm gonna say padding horizontal of 22, padding vertical of 7, and border radius of 20. Border color wedge only. If it's true, it's gonna be this color code, that is DC FCE7. Else it's gonna be hashtag F3, F4, F6. Okay, next I'm also gonna give it a border width, that is gonna be 1.5. Next, your border color, I think border color is already there. Let's format once. Let's try to save the file. There you go. That's looking good. So on press, I'm gonna say take in a function and set wedge only to be of true. Save. Let's press on that. As you can see, we're able to see that color change. Okay, this part is done. Now for the view over here, I'm gonna say style, give it a flex direction of row, and then align items of center. I'm gonna give it a gap of 10 as well. Next, you're gonna have that card button below the pressable. I'm just gonna get the design for that. So you can try to add an icon. Basically, that's what I've added over here. You can use the emoji from your emoji keyboard, and then you can add that. Save. There you go. That's being added. Or you can just add a white color icon as well. Okay, So this part is done. So now the next step is, let's first of all define the filtered categories onto the top. Okay, so yeah, let's go onto the top and then define the filtered categories. So let's understand what this filtered categories is going to do, and we're going to use this itself to map over the data. So yeah, let's define this over here. So I'm going to say const filtered categories is going to be equals to access your categories dot, we're going to map over it for every category over here. We're going to use the cat, okay, include all of that, and your pizzas is going to be equals to, first of all, check the condition stating that if veg only is true, then we need only the veg pizzas, and then you're gonna remove the non-veg pizzas. For that, use the filter method. I'm gonna say cat dot your pizzas dot use the filter method. For every value, just get only those pizzas those are marked as veg. So p dot is veg. Else if it is not veg only, that is this condition is false, then just show all of the pizzas, cat dot pizzas. It includes both veg and non-veg. Okay, furthermore here I'm going to say dot filter for every cat, get all of those categories whose pizza length is greater than 0. Okay, just a conditional check. Let's format once and then save the file. Alright, so over here the code basically loops through all the categories using the map function. That's why we've written over here, and it creates a new version of each category while keeping all of the existing properties using your spread operator dot cat. So it then conditionally filters the pizza array inside each category based on the veg only state. Okay, if veg only is true, then only pizzas where is veg true is returned, otherwise all pizzas are going to remain unchanged. Okay, after that the second filter removes any category whose pizza array becomes empty after filtering. So yeah, let's go on to the bottom part and then let's try to map over this. That's going to happen right after this view. So use a view over here and scroll view. I'm going to say it should be horizontal. Pass on the ref to this as well. Ref is going to be your category scroll ref. That's what we have defined previously. And show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false. Content container style, I'm going to say padding horizontal of 16, padding vertical of 10, and give a gap of 8. Format, and over here I'm going to map over it, filtered categories dot map for every category and the index. Let's try to first of all check which is active. So const is active is going to be equals to active category equals to your cat.id. Okay, simple. Here let's try to return a pressable. Okay, so this should be your curly braces. Okay, not the parenthesis. So within the pressable, we're gonna have your text being shown. That's gonna be the cat.name. Save. There you go. Just like that, we have 3 categories. All of those 3 are being shown. Okay, currently it's showing only the veg because I think veg is selected. We're gonna reload the app and then we're gonna set it to be all. Alright, first of all, let me verify. Okay, my bad, I've made a change over here. So here where we have set it to be true, because every time we press it's going to be true itself. So let's make it in such a way that it's going to be opposite. If it's false, make it true. If it's true, make it false. Save. So now it's currently veg. If I press on it, it should become all. Okay, just like that, it's working fine. So for the pressable, let's go ahead and then give the design for this. Key cat.id style, we're gonna have padding horizontal, that's gonna be 16, padding vertical, that's gonna be 8, border radius, that's gonna be 20, background color, so if is active is true, then it's gonna be your E6 3946 else it's going to be equals to F3, F4, and then F6. So yeah, apart from that, we're going to have the next part. That's going to be your border width 1.5. Next is your border color. If is active is true, then it's going to have the same color code as we've given over here. First one, copy that down, else it's going to be transparent. Save. There you go. Just like that, first one is automatically selected. Let's also try to give the on press, but before that, let's give the style for this. Here it's going to have font size 12, font weight of 700. Color, if is active is true, it's going to be triple F, else it's going to be hashtag 4B5563. Save. There you go. Just like that, it's looking pretty neat. So this part is done. So first of all, let's give on press to this. What needs to happen? If at all you press on a category, we need to change it. So on press, handle category of your ID, cat.id, comma your index. So let's go on to the top and then define this handle category press. What needs to happen? So const handle category is going to be equals to normal function containing your cat ID of string index of number. Here I'm going to set active category to be of cat ID, and scroll ref dot current dot, we do have the scroll to. Use that. The y value should be equals to your section offsets dot current of that specific cat ID, else 0, and animated should be true so that the user can see the animation as well. Next, I'm going to say your category scroll ref dot current dot scroll to x, that should be index modulus 100, into 100, animated is going to be true. Okay, I think I missed the arrow over here, so let's try to add it over here just like this. Save. There you go. Just like that, we're able to scroll through all of these and everything is working properly fine. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So now for the design with respect to the view, let's try to add it over here. Style, it's gonna have a background color that is gonna be triple F. Border bottom width, that's going to be 1. Border bottom color, that is going to be F3, F4, and then F6. Save. That's looking good. It's looking very light, but yeah, I can see it on the screen. So this part is done. So now the next step is to show all of the items, that is the pizza carts, just like this. Okay, that's going to happen right below this specific view. Initialize a scroll view for this. So again, for this scroll view, I'm going to give in a bunch of options just like this: your reference, your style, your content container style, and so on. Okay, so the next one over here, again, we're going to map over the filtered categories dot map for every cat. Let's try to render a view. So within the view, we're going to show the section header, that is going to be your pizza menu as well as the description. So here I'm going to say text, it's going to be cat dot name. As you can see, it's being shown correctly fine. Okay, so for the view key, it's going to be cat dot id. For this, I'm going to pass on the style. I'm going to say font size of 18, and then font weight, let's say 800. Your color is going to be this color code, that is 111,827. Letter spacing, it's going to be -0.4. As you can see, that's looking nice. So for the below one, it's going to be the description. I'm going to say text. It's going to be your cat.description. Pass on the style for this. Font size is going to be 12. Color is going to be 9CA and then 3AF. Next, you're going to have a margin top. That's going to be 3. Save. There you go. That's looking pretty neat. And for this view, it's going to also have a prop known as on layout, which is going to take in the event. We're going to say section offsets.current of category.id is going to be equals to e.native_event.layout.y. Okay, so next below this view, we're going to have the 2-column grid. So here we're going to have view. I'm going to say categories. Okay, I think I missed up one more view. Let me just add that. Let's remove this for now. So within this view, we're going to have one more view, which is going to contain the texts. Okay, format, save. So yeah, there you go. That's looking good. So here we're going to have the grid part. Okay, my bad, not over here, just below this view. Come back over here and this one, yeah. So this in turn is going to map over the pizzas. I'm going to say category dot your pizzas dot map. So for every pizza, here we're going to show a pressable. Within this pressable, we're going to have the view. Within that view, the image. Okay, the source is going to be within the URI. That is going to be your pizza dot your base image. Let's pass on the style for this. This is going to be width of 100%. Height is going to be, make use of the card width that we have defined previously, into 0.75. Resize mode is going to be of cover. Save. There you go. Just like that, all the images are being shown. Let's make it look proper. So style over here, position I'm going to say relative. And below the image, you're going to have a dark gradient overlay at the bottom. That's going to look something like this. It's very light. It's not being shown. So let's add it over here. So you can try to take a look at it. Format once. Save. Okay, so for the pressable, let's pass on the style over here. So key is going to be your pizza.id. I'm going to say style. Width is going to be of card width. Okay, next your background color. It's going to be FFF white. Border radius of let's say 16. Apart from that, overflow is going to be hidden. Next, we're going to say shadow color. That is going to be 000. Apart from that, the shadow offset, your width, height, and the shadow radius as well. Format once and then save. There you go. It's like that. This is looking pretty good. So for the view, let's pass on the design. Here I'm going to say style. It's going to be a flex direction of row, and then align items of, not this one, a flex wrap is going to be a wrap. Gap is going to be 12. And boom, just like that. This is looking pretty nice. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So now let's move on to the next part, that is showing the bestseller badge, the name, and all the other details. So right below the gradient over here, I'm going to check the condition saying that if at all your pizza dot is bestseller, and over here let's render a view. Within that, we're going to show a text which is going to say bestseller. Let's pass on the design for this. This in turn is going to have a style. It's going to say position is going to be absolute, a top value of 8, left of 8 as well. Background color is going to be this one, FCD, and then 34D. border radius is going to be 6, padding horizontal of 7, and padding vertical of 3. Save. Next, for the text which says bestseller, this is the design. Let's format once. Okay, so there you go. It's looking good. So this part is done. Now next design is to show the non-veg dot. As you can see over here, all our veg, whichever is non-veg, for that we're going to show the design. Okay, so just below this itself the design is going to come up. So this is for both the dots, that is either veg or non-veg. So let's try to add in that. Here it's going to have a self-enclosing view. So pass on the style. So your width is going to be 9, height also is going to be of 9, and then border radius is going to be of 5. Your background color, if your pizza dot is veg, is true, then here I'm going to say 16A 34A. Then here I'm going to say DC2 626. Okay, so here I'm going to say style. Position is going to be absolute, top of 8, and then right of 8 as well. It's going to have a specific width of 20, height of 20 as well. Border radius is going to be 4 for this, and a background color that is going to be white itself. Alright, then we're going to have a border width as well, that's going to be 2. Next you're going to have your border color. It's going to check if pizza dot is veg, then it's going to be this color, else this one, and align items and justify content of center. Save the file. There you go. Just like that, it's working properly fine. We just have a couple of non-veg pizzas. Okay, so now coming down, we have the next piece of design that's going to be for the cart body. So here I'm going to say view, having a text, and it's going to show the pizza dot name. Save. There you go. It's looking good. So yeah, style for this, it's going to be font size of 13. Next we're going to have font weight of, let's say, 700. Okay, it's going to have a color of this color code, that is 111H27, and letter spacing of -0.2. Okay, that's looking good. Let's pass on some internal styling, that is padding for this. I'm going to say padding of 10. That's it. Let's move on to the next design. That's going to be for the description part, and over here number of lines is going to be 1. Pass on the text, that's going to be your pizza dot description. Again, this also number of lines 1. Pass on the style for this, font size 11, color is going to be 9CA 3AF, margin top of 3, line height is going to be 15. Save. There you go. That's looking pretty neat. And if all you find the text is too light, you can try to make it a little bit darker. Okay, so the next one is going to be for the price part as well as the add button. So below the text over here, I'm going to say view. This in turn is going to show the text, which is going to say get min price of your pizza dot variants. Okay, we have different variants and we're going to show the minimum price over here. And let me define the function, that is get the minimum price. So let's scroll onto the top and then add this specific method, just like this. Okay, first of all, go into the variants and check the length, then just access the minimum price and then show that pizza. That's it. Okay, so save. There you go. 89 is the minimum price for all of these that are currently shown. Then below that, we're going to have your add button, having a pressable text which says add plus. Save. So for the pressable, I'm going to say style over here. we're gonna have a background color that is gonna be E6 3946. Border radius, that is gonna be 8. Padding horizontal, that's gonna be 12. Padding vertical, that is gonna be 6. Next, I'm gonna pass on the shadow color, shadow offset, shadow opacity, as well as the shadow radius. You can try to take a look at it. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So style for this, for the add button, it's gonna be white color, so triple F. Font weight is gonna be 800, and your font size is gonna be 12. Save. There you go, that's looking good. So for the view, let's pass on the design. It needs to come in a row fashion. So here, give it a flex direction of row, align items of center. Okay, justify content of space between, and give it a margin top as well. That's going to be 10. There you go. Just like that, the design is looking pretty neat. So this part is done. So yeah, so now the next step is we are almost done with the designs. You can check it out. Once you press on Wedge Classics, it should move to that with the smooth animation, non-wedge specials, premium pizzas. I think premium pizzas, there is an issue with that. We can add that later. Okay, so all of these are working fine. Wedge, non-wedge specials, and then pizza mania. Okay, so this part is done. The home screen design is completely done. So once you press on any of the button, we're gonna go into a specific screen showing the info of that specific pizza. So before that, first of all, let's try to define the cart store. That's important for adding the items to cart. Okay, so come back to store. That is over here. I'm gonna say cart store .ts. Okay, here I'm going to say interface cart item. Here I'm going to say ID, that is going to be of string. Your quantity, that is going to be of number. And over here I'm going to say pizza, that is going to be ID of string, name of string, and we're going to have a base image of string as well, is wedge value, that is going to be a boolean. Next, we're going to have a variant as well. It's going to have ID string. The size for that specific variant is going to be in the form of a string. The specific crust value is going to be string. Price is going to be of number. Okay, let's similarly define it for the entire cart state that we're going to use. Items is going to be of cart item. Okay, total I'm going to say is number. Loading is going to be boolean. Fetch cart is going to be a promise, that is going to return a void or of type void. Then add item, this in turn is going to take in a pizza ID of type string, and it's going to add the item to cart, also the variant ID as well. Again, similarly, promise of void. Next, you're going to have the update item as well as the remove item. So let's add it over here just like this. Now let's try to export default. It's going to be your use cart store is going to be equals to a create method. Use it from Justin. It's going to be of type cart state. Having two methods, set and get. That's the syntax. And let's initially define the items. That's going to be empty array. Total is going to be 0. Your loading is going to be false. Okay, here let's define the fetch cart. It's going to be an async method, and we're going to have your try catch block. Okay, so try and catch of error. I'm going to say console.error. it's gonna be fetch cart error with that specific error, and over here I'm gonna say finally set your loading to be of false. Okay, that's it. For the try block, I'm going to say set initially your loading to be true. I'm going to say const result is going to be equals to await, use the API from the lib dot get. To get the card, it's going to be simple, call the / cart API and set the items. So I'm going to say set items to be of a result dot data dot cart items. You can try to log once and then you can check it out. And let's also set the total, that is going to be result dot data dot your total. That's it for the fetch card part. Let's move to the next one. That's going to be add item, update item, as well as the remove item. I'm going to say add item. It's going to be an async method with your pizza ID, comma your variant ID. Here I'm going to say await your API. It's going to be your post method and call it to / cart and then / add. This in turn is going to take in your pizza ID, your variant ID, and the quantity is going to be set as 1. Okay, next I'm going to say await get dot your fetch cart. Similarly, it's going to be for the remaining ones. So I'm going to say update item. This is going to be an async method with your cart item ID, comma your quantity. Okay, here I'm going to say await your API dot your patch method. Make use of backticks over here. I'm going to say / cart / your cart item ID, comma your quantity. Okay, not over there. Okay, once that's done, again call the same thing, fetch the cart so the latest one gets updated. Next, it's gonna be for your remove item, the last method. It's gonna have async method with your again cart item ID. Okay, so here basically again call the correct API, await API dot call the delete method. This is going to be the endpoint / cart. Make use of backticks over here. / cart / your cart item ID. And here again call the function await get dot fetch cart. So this part is done. Let's try to save the file. You can take a look at it from the starting point if at all you have missed something. Okay, so we're going to use this and we're going to try to add the item into the cart once we press on it. So that's going to happen in the next screen. I just find the demo part of the video. So once you press on any of the item, you're going to go into this screen, that is the info screen, where we're going to show the size of the pizza you want, and the minimum size also is going to be present. That is what the price is going to be shown in the carts, just like this. So you can choose the size and then you can also choose the crust as well, and then you can add the item to cart. So once you've added the item to the cart, you can try to get into the cart as well with the help of this view cart button. And then we are gonna jump into this design. So now the next step is, let's go ahead and then design the next screen, that is gonna be your your info screen. So you can create a new route that's gonna be pizza onto the root level, that is within the app category. So press on app, new route, pizza. It's going to be _id.tsx. Not underscore id, you can just say id within square brackets and then .tsx. Okay, so first of all, let's come back over here. Let's give on press to the main card. So once you press on that, we can directly try to navigate to the info screen and then we can design that bit. So where we have the main pressable, that is to the topmost part, over there we're going to give the on press. That's the next step, I think, to this one. Let's format once. So here I'm just going to say on press router.push. It's going to be pizza and then to pizza id right, it is unmatched out because no code is present over here within the pizza ID, otherwise it should work. So yeah, let's first of all start designing this. It's going to be your pizza detail screen. So here I'm going to say export default function pizza detail screen. All right, so here first of all let's try to return some basic design. So I'm going to say return over here view, import view from React Native, class name flex of 1, bg is going to be fa, save, reload, and boom, just like that, this is working fine. That was the issue. That is, whenever there is no code present or whenever there is no component present, you're going to get the unmatched route error. So first of all, onto the top, let's define the interface pizza variant as well as the interface pizza. ID is going to be of string, size is going to be regular, medium, large. Next is with respect to your crust. It's either going to be thin, classic, or a cheese burst. Or it's going to be wheat or fresh pan. Okay, so your price is going to be of number. Similarly, let's define the interface for pizza. So it's going to have all of these details, that is your ID, name, description, is veg, is bestseller, base image, your variants of pizza variant as well as category in the form of a string. Okay, so on to the top again over here, I'm going to say const width, that is going to be of screen width is going to be equals to your dimensions dot get of window. Okay, here I'm going to say const size underscore labels is going to be of type record, of type string, comma string, equals to regular, that is going to be of type regular. Okay, similarly we have it for the medium, it's going to be medium over here. Next, large, it's going to be large. Okay, that's it. Next, similarly we're going to have for the size subtitles as well as the crust labels. I'm going to get both of these as well, so you can take a look at it. So for size subtitles, it's going to be again record for form of string. We're going to have regular serves 1, medium serves 2, and then large is serves 3 to 4. For crust labels, these are the options. Okay, you can take a look at it. So first of all, let's try to get the ID that is going to come from the previous screen. So here I'm going to say const ID equals to use local search params in the form of ID, that is going to be string. Next, we're going to have the pizza state basically. So const pizza comma set pizza is going to be equals to your use state, that is going to be of type pizza or null, initially null. Okay, next I'm going to say const selected size comma set selected size is going to be equals to use state. By default your regular would be chosen. Next we have it is for the selected crust. So selected crust comma set selected crust is going to be equals to your use state, and by default classic crust would be chosen. Next I'm going to say const action loading comma set action loading equals to use state is going to be false. Next, you're going to get a bunch of items from the use cart throw that we have just defined. So I'm going to say const items, comma your total, your fetch cart method, your add item, then your update item, remove item is going to be coming from the use cart store. Import it correctly. Okay. And we're going to first of all fetch the pizza so that we can use it, and then we can fetch the information and we can show it onto the screen. So make sure you use a use effect on the initial render. It's going to be dependent upon ID. I'm going to say fetch pizza over here. So let's go ahead and then define this function, that is const fetch pizza. So here const fetch pizza is going to be equals to a async function. First of all, let's try to have in your try and catch block. So yeah, catch of error, I'm going to say console.error failed to fetch pizza with that specific error. And here I'm going to say finally set loading is going to be of false. Okay, so set loading is not yet defined. Let me just add it over here. Okay, format once. That's it about the catch. And finally, within the try block, let's initialize our result. That's going to be equals to await your API imported from the lib. What is going to be the get method? There's going to be an endpoint / your catalog. You can check out the backend for the exact name, pizzas, and your $ID. Okay, once we have that, set pizza to be of the result.data, and here I'm going to say const variants is going to be equals to, that is going to be of type pizza variant result.data your variants. All right, next I'm going to say const default size is going to be equals to, we're going to have regular, medium, large, okay, as string, just like this. Dot apply the find method for every value. Here I'm going to say your s dot includes of s. Okay, if not, it's just going to be sizes of 0. So I think I forgot to add the sizes part. So let's just create that into a new set. So all the unique values are added. So I'm going to say const sizes is going to be equals to, make use of the JavaScript set of your variance dot map for every value get in the size, v dot size. Okay, that's it. Once that's done, here I'm going to say set your default, not default, your selected size to be of your default size. Okay, similarly for the crusts as well. So const crusts is going to be equals to your variance dot filter for every value. I'm going to say v dot size is going to be equals to default size dot map. Here it's going to be v dot crust. Okay, once that's done, here I'm going to say set selected crust to be of your crusts dot includes. If it's classic, then it's going to be classic itself, else it's going to be crusts of 0, whatever the first value is. Okay, that's it. Save the file. You should be having the information to the pizza. Let's try to log that over here. Console.log. There you go. We do have the information over here for this specific pizza. Okay, so with the help of this, we're going to start designing the return block over here. So first of all, you're going to have the view. Next, we're going to have your scroll view. So import scroll view from React Native. Here I'm going to say show vertical scroll indicator, set it to be false, and I'm going to say bounces is going to be true. Here it's for the hero image, having the image, import it from native, pass on the source, it's going to be URI pizza.your base image. Style is going to be equals to width, your screen width, height, screen width into 0.85. Save. Okay, boom, just like that. This is looking pretty neat. So this part is done. So apart from that, we're gonna have the next one, that is gonna be your further design. So let's look into that. So for that, we're gonna have a safe area view below the image, imported from your React Native safe area context, and basically we're gonna have that back button such that if at all you press on that, we're gonna navigate back to the home screen. Make sure to import text, pressable as well as router safe. As you can see, that's looking good. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So we need to give the design for the safe area view. I'm going to say absolute positioning, top is going to be of 0, left of 0, right of 0 as well. There you go, it is in the correct position, which is looking pretty neat. This part is done. So below that, the next design is for the pizza.bestseller. I'm going to check if the pizza dot is bestseller, and over here I'm going to render a view. Okay, and here we're going to have a text which is going to say best seller. Okay, so for the view, class name, absolute positioning, bottom of 4, left of 4, I'm going to say BG yellow of let's say 300, rounded is going to be MD, PX of 2.5, PY of 1. Save. That's looking neat. So class name for this, text of medium or small, font is going to be extra bold, text yellow of 900. Save. So now the next step is for the content card, that is all of these details. So let's go ahead and then show that below this, or basically below the view, having one more view. This in turn is going to show the name. So here we're going to have a self-enclosing view with the design. I'm going to get that. Below this, I'm going to have in a text to show the pizza.your name. As you can see, that is being shown onto the screen. So class name for this, flex of 1, text of 2XL, font of extra bold, text gray of 900, leading is going to be 8. There you go, that's looking good. So for the outermost one, class name, it's going to have a BG of white and rounded top of 3XL, minus empty of 6, some internal spacing, PX of 5, PT of 6 and PB of 40. There you go. So that's looking pretty neat, and entire thing is scrollable for now. So for the inner view, I'm going to pass on the class name for this. It's going to have a flex of row, items of start, a gap of 2.5, and a margin bottom of 2. And I'm going to add the design for this one. You can take a look at it. Save the file. Okay, so whether or not based on pizza is veg or non-veg, you're going to show this kind of design to this. Okay, so yeah, this part is looking clean. So this is done. Next, we're going to show the pizza description. So here I'm going to say text, it's going to be pizza.description. So yeah, design for this one, class name, this is essentially going to have text of SM, text gray of 500, leading is going to be 5, MB of 6. There you go, that's looking neat. So next we're going to show the total size. I'm going to say text over here, not total size, the choose size options. So choose size. Here pass on the class name. It's going to be text of SM, font of extra bold, text gray of 900. Tracking is going to be widest, uppercase, MB of 3. There you go, that's looking good. So below this we're gonna show all of the options. So let's map over the available sizes. Okay, so first of all let's write down all of the methods over here onto the top. So here I'm gonna say const available sizes is gonna be your get available sizes. These are some helper functions. Similarly, const available crusts is going to be equals to get available crusts. Okay, next we're going to have for the cart item. So const cart item is going to be equals to get cart item. First of all, let's write for these two, get available sizes as well as get available crusts. So on the top, I'm going to say const get available sizes is going to be equals to normal arrow function. Here check the pizza. If it's there, then here I'm going to say spread that, make use of a new set so unique values are there. I'm going to say pizza dot your variants dot apply the map for every value, get the size, v dot size. That's it, else it's going to be an empty array if at all it's not present. Similarly, const get available crusts is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Pizza value is there, that is if at all the data for entire pizza is present, then only spread it over. I'm going to say new set. Your pizza dot variance dot apply the filter method. So for a selected size we are going to show the crust, correct? So here we're going to say v dot size should be equals to a selected size. Okay, and dot map for every v we need the crust size, v dot crust. Okay, pretty simple. This is done. So for get cart item I'm going to add it. So here we need to find a cart matching the current pizza plus size plus the crust selection. We're going to implement it in that way. So you can try to take a look at it. This is going to be for your get cart item. For now I'm just going to comment this out. We're going to write the get select variant as well. Okay, save the file. Okay, so now let's come back over here and then map over the details. That's going to be your available sizes, right? So here I'm going to say view. I'm going to say available, not crusts, sizes dot map for every size. First of all, check if it is selected. Const is selected is going to be equals to your selected size should be equals to the size. Here I'm going to say return for pressable. I'm also going to have one more check, that is for the SV. Let's write that properly. Pizza dot variance, same thing goes over here. Okay, so within the pressable, let's try to have the first view. Here we're going to have one more view. We're going to check if is selected is true. Then over here and I'm going to say render a view. This in turn is going to have a class name that's going to be width of 2.5, height of 2.5 as well. Rounded is going to be full. BG is going to be this color code, that is E63946. Okay, And for your outermost pressable, let's pass on the key. That's going to be size. Furthermore, your class name, it's going to have a flex of row, your items of center, justify is going to be between, your px of 4, py of 3.5, and rounded is going to be 2xl. Okay, so for your inner view over here, I'm going to say class name. This is also going to have a flex of row, items of center, a gap of 3. Save. As you can see, that design is coming. So now the inner view, let's pass on the design. It's going to have a class name, width of 5, height of 5, rounded is going to be full, and then items of center, justify of center as well. And here we're going to have one more view. We're going to show the text with your size labels of your size. Save. Okay, just like that we are seeing the regular size, which is looking good. And below this particular text itself, I'm going to show your size subtitles of your size. There you go. That's looking pretty neat. This is looking nice. Okay, so just add the design for the entire part over here. That is for all the views and pressables. So here, I think there is an issue with the second one because it should show medium. Let's check out the spelling. Somewhere we have done that mistake. Yeah, this should be capital M. Sorry, everything should be caps. My bad. Medium. Save. There you go. That's working fine. So yeah, this is the design for this, and as you can see, we're able to see both of them being shown onto the screen. Okay, so for the pressable, let's give some margin top as well of 2, of 5. Okay, this is looking good. So yeah, that's pretty much it about your choose size design. So let's first of all uncomment this, that is handle size change. What needs to happen? Let's write down the function onto the top over here. So I'm going to say const handle size change is going to be equals to, it's going to take in the size that is going to be of type string. First of all, I'm just going to set the state, set selected size to be of your size. Then what we're going to do, we're going to say const crusts is going to be equals to your pizza dot your variants dot apply the filter method for every variant. Your v dot size should be equals to your size dot map for every value. Here I'm going to say v dot crust. Okay, once that's done, I'm going to first of all check if not of your crust dot includes of your selected crust. Then in that case over here, I'm going to say set the selected crust to be of crusts dot includes, again similar condition, if at all classic is chosen, then it's going to be classic, else is going to be the crusts of 0. Save. As you can see, now both are being chosen, that is regular or medium. Okay, so yeah, now this part is done. So now the next one is to show the choose crust. That's the second bit. So just copy down this piece of text. After the view, we can add it over here. This is going to say choose crust. This is going to have a empty as well of 3 or 4. All right. So below this piece of text, we're going to map over the details. It's pretty much going to be the same design, just the labels are going to change. Just copy this and then make the changes. This complete view and paste it over here. Okay, so instead of available sizes, we're going to say available crusts. Okay, my bad. Here selected crust should be equals to the crust. That is going to be coming from the map. Okay, next for this one, We're going to check v.size should be equals to selected size directly. And your crust also should be equals to your crust. That's it. You can remove this, not required. So key is going to be crust over here. On press, we're going to say set selected crust of crust. So here it's going to be a crust labels of your crust instead of size. Same thing goes over here. Your crust labels. Okay, just this much. So let's try to save the file. So it's not going to be CV, it's going to be SV over here. Save. Press. There you go. Just like that, we are able to choose both of the options over here. For medium, we're going to have 3 crusts, that is classic hand tossed, fresh pan pizza, as well as your cheese burst. So we are done with this part, and we can try to design the next one, that's going to be the sticky bottom, to add the items to the cart. Okay, so let's say right below your scroll view, I'm going to have my view, and within that we're going to have the another view, within that one more view. Here we're going to have the text showing the size labels of your selected size. Next, a dot with your crust labels of your selected crust. Save. Okay, that means whichever option is selected, we're going to show that over here. So for this specific inner view, I'm going to say class name, flex of row, items of center, justify of between, and for this particular one there is no design. For this I'm going to say class name, text of access, text gray of 400, tracking is going to be wide. Okay, and here we're going to have the variant.price also being shown. That is going to be this piece of text. Format once. So variant is not yet defined, we need to define that. Okay, so let's go on the top and let's say const variant chosen is going to be get selected variant. Okay, let's define this. So this is basically going to map over the variants, and then it's going to return us the correct information. So here I'm going to say const get selected variant is going to be equals to of type pizza variant or null. Here I'm going to check if at all pizza dot variance dot apply the find method. For every value, your v dot size should be equals to your selected size, and similar condition v dot crust should be equals to selected crust, else it's going to be null. Save. There you go, the variant and the price is being shown over here, which is good. So yeah, this part is done. Let's scroll down again and let's uncomment that is the one which we have previously written, even this as well, because we need access to the cart item over here. So below this view, I'm going to check if at all cart item is present, then show the quantity, else just show the add button over here. Okay, here I'm going to say pressable. If at all cart item is there, we're going to have a outermost view. First of all, for the pressable, because automatically it's going to go into the else condition. So action loading, if it's true, show a activity indicator, else show a text which is going to say add to cart. Here I'm going to say activity indicator. Alright, your color is gonna be triple F, size is gonna be small. So for this one, it's gonna be add to cart. Let's pass on the class name for this. It's gonna be a text of white color. Font is gonna be extra bold basically, and then text of base. Tracking is gonna be wide. So for the outermost pressable, let me give the design. It's gonna have a class name, rounded of 2XL, px of 8, py of 3.5, and some internal styling as well. So I'm gonna say style over here. We're gonna have a background color. If at all a variant is selected, then it's gonna be this color code, that is 9C. Sorry, not 9C, it's gonna be E63946. Else it's gonna be hashtag D1D5DP. Save. So there we're able to see the buttons looking nice. Let's style this out a bit. Along with that, it's also going to have all of these shadow designs. Copy and then save. Okay, so over here for the outermost view, let's pass on the design. That is for this one, class name absolute, bottom 0, left 0, right 0 as well. BG is going to be white, px of 5, pt of 3, pb of 8, border is going to be top, border gray of 100. Save. There you go, that's looking fine. I'm also going to add some internal styling to this as well with all of the shadow designs. Save. So there you go, I've just fixed some designs so you can take a look at it. This is the entire design for the bottommost part. Alright, so once we implement the add to cart functionality, we are going to implement the buttons over here. Okay, so if at all the item is not added to cart, then automatically the add to cart button is going to be shown as it's shown currently. Okay, you can take a look at it from the starting point. That is for the complete view design. That is going to be sticky at the top. Sticky at the bottom. Okay, so let's go on to the top and then first of all define a bunch of methods: handle add, handle increment, as well as handle decrement. That's going to be over here. I'm going to say const handle add is going to be equals to a async function. Okay, so here I'm going to say const variant is going to be equals to get the select variant. If not of variant, then we can return directly, or not of pizza as well, then say return. Try to add a try catch block over here. Finally as well, I'm going to set action loading to be of false. You can add a basic catch error message. For the try block, I'm going to say set action loading to be of true, and then directly try to call the add item. That's going to be coming from the use cart store. Okay, this takes in two things, your variant as well as the pizza id. I'm going to say pizza.id comma your variant.id. That's it. Save. Just copy this down a couple of times, make the changes for the remaining ones. So this is going to be handle increment. Again async function, get the variant, again check the similar conditions, and again okay, so over here within the handle increment, we're going to first of all check the cart item or get the cart item, because the item would have been already added. It's going to be equals to get cart item. If not of cart item, then we're going to return. Okay, within the try block, again set action loading to be of true. Here we're going to say await update item of your cart item.id. Okay, the function is wrong, just write it like this, and your cart item dot quantity +1. Okay, that's it. The next one, that's the final one, is going to be for handle decrement. So here I'm going to say handle decrement, again async function. I'm going to say const cart item is going to be equals to your get cart item. Alright, here check the condition. If not of cart item, return. try again. Similarly, set action loading to be of true. Here we're going to say update, await update item of your cart id.id, and similarly cart quantity cart item dot quantity -1. Okay, or we can actually check one more condition stating that if at all the cart item dot quantity equals to 1, we can actually remove that item from the cart. Okay, let's write it like that. That is going to be just like this. Okay, next let's add two loading conditions. That is, if at all it's loading, we need to show the activity indicator, and if at all there is no pizza, then we're going to show the information to the user saying that pizza is not found. So here I'm going to say if loading, return a view. Let's write that properly. Within that, we're going to show a activity indicator. Size is going to be large. Color is going to be this color code. That is going to be E6 3 and then 946. Let's pass on the class name for this. It's going to have a flex of 1, item center, justify center as well, and BG is going to be FA. Okay, here next I'm going to check if not of pizza data. In this case, again, return a safe area view. Within that, pass on a text which is going to say pizza not found. Pass on the class name for this, text gray of 500. Okay, for this one we can actually pass on, yeah, this is fine. So flex of 1, items of center, justify center, and a BG of white. So just in case the pizza detail is not found, we're going to show a unique message to the user saying that pizza is not found. You can also try to add a retry mechanism as well. That's a good usage. So that's it. So now let's first of all implement the add to cart functionality. That is, once the user presses on this add to cart, and also we need to show this design. That is, if at all any item is added to the cart, we need to be showing this specific view cart design. Once that's done, we can start designing the cart screen over here. Here, first of all, before implementing the add to cart functionality, let's write the design. That is your buttons, your quality control buttons. That is, once you press on add to cart, we need to be showing the minus quantity and the plus button. So initialize a pressable over here. This is going to have a text that is going to be minus, and here we're going to have a text which is going to say action loading. If it's true, it is going to be a dot. Okay, else it is just going to be your item dot quantity. So cart item dot quantity, and similarly we're going to have the plus button over here. Okay, so for this pressable, I'm going to say disabled if action loading is true. On press is going to be your handle decrement. Okay, next I'm going to pass on the class name for this. So class name, it's going to have width of 9, height of 9 as well, rounded is going to be XL, and BG is going to be E63 and 946. Okay, next I'm going to say item center as well as your justify center as well. For this piece of text which is going to say your minus, I'm going to say class name. It's going to be in white color, so I'm going to say text white, font of extra bold, text of LG, leading is going to be none. Okay, so yeah, this part is good. And for the text which says action loading, I'm going to say class name, text of base, font of extra bold, text of this color code, E63, (946). Okay, next we're gonna have width of 5 and then text of center. And finally, for the a bottommost pressable. Here first of all on press, I'm going to say handle increment, and disabled is going to be action loading, class name width of 9, height of 9, rounded of XL, BG of this color code, just copy that down. Okay, apart from that, item center and then justify center as well. And this is going to remain as is, just copy that down and then paste it over here for the plus text and save. Right, that's it. So now for the add to cart, let's just give the handle add. Here I'm going to say on press, I'm going to say handle add, save. So for this we've already given the functionality that is handle add. Let's give a look at it. That is what exactly is going to happen. I've chosen regular and then classic hand tossed, add to cart. Okay, so yeah, there is some issue. Let's try to log the cart item, what exactly we are getting. Let's look into that. Apart from that, the other data we can remove. I think something is getting locked. Yeah, this is the one. Reload, come back over here, add to cart. Yeah, something happens, but yeah, it's kind of flickering. Okay, so first of all, let's check out the backend if there is any error mistake. I think within the cart.ts for getting it. Okay, probably we're not getting the ID. That's the reason it's, kind of not showing the correct results, even though the item is getting added to the cart. So let's check out the cart.ts. Yeah, I think I found it, because over here you're not trying to add the ID, so we're just saying name true, base image true, is wedge is true. So here I'm gonna add my ID as well, true. Save, reload the app. Let's give this one more try, and boom, just like that, 4 items have been added and we're able to see that correctly being shown. So minus means it should decrement 3, 2, 1, and now it's 1, it should become add again. There you go, that's working properly fine. This was the issue. Just make sure to add the ID over here. Okay, so let me remove all of my logs now. Okay, and let's fix that design issue up. So over here, let's scroll down. For some reason the minus button is not showing correctly. Fine. Yeah, width is 9. There you go, this is perfect. Okay, so this part is done. So now the next step is to show that cart design, that is if at all any kind of item is added to the cart. So I'm just going to add the design for that, and then we can get started with the cart screen. So this is going to come right below the view, that is this point, and we need access to the total items. I guess we are getting it from the store. Let's check that out. Nope, I think we need to define that. Yeah, so let's go ahead and then define the total items. That is going to be pretty simple. Let's say onto the bottommost part over here. So const total items is going to be equals to your items dot your reduce method for every sum and the value. Over here I'm going to say sum plus I dot quantity and pass in the initial value, that's going to be 0. Save the file. So let me go down and then add this design, scroll, make this less, save. There you go, it's like that is working pretty fine. So you can take a look at it. Okay, and we can create a cart.tsx. I think it's already present, the same tab you're going to design that. Okay, you can take a look at the design for the cart button. Let's press on this and boom, just like that we are coming to the cart.tsx. So let's start looking into the cart.tsx. So your cart is going to look something like this, as you have just seen previously. So yeah, let's go ahead and then design this cart. Okay, so over here, first onto the top, let's define the size labels as well as the crush labels. You can get it from the other screen. It's pretty much the same. All of these three. Okay, and this is not required. Okay, so over here we can directly try to say export default function cart screen. Here I'm gonna get in a bunch of details, your items, total, your loading state, fetch cart, comma your update item, comma your remove item is gonna be coming from your use cart store. Alright, next over here I'm gonna say use effect. So on the initial mount I'm gonna call the fetch cart. Here add the condition for the loading stage and if at all the cart is empty. So if loading and your items dot length is equals to 0, then over here I'm going to say return your view. Here let's try to have the activity indicator. Your size is going to be large, and here color is going to be E6 39 and then 46. Okay, so the design for the view, I'm gonna pass on the class name flex of 1, items of center, justify of center as well, and BG is gonna be this color code, that is FA, FA and then FA. Okay, next is for if at all the items dot length is equals to 0, let's add that. So if items dot length is equals to 0, return a safe area view, import from the safe area context. Let's pass on the class name for this. Here I'm going to say give it a flex of 1 and BG of FA, FA, FA. Here let's try to have in a view, within that a text which is going to say your cart. So this is just for the design purpose, that is to show if at all the cart is empty. Alright, here class name, I'm going to say text of 2XL. Okay, font is going to be extra bold, text gray of 900. Okay, so here pass on the class name, that is going to be px of 5, pt of 4, bg of white, border b and border gray of 100. So below this we're going to say one more view, and we're going to have a bunch of text which is going to say your card is empty, and add some delicious pizzas to get started. So you can take a look at it, save the file. Okay, below this we're going to have a pressable which is going to say browse menu. So for your pressable I'm going to say class name, it's going to have a color code, that is E63946. Next we're going to say rounded of 2XL, px of 8, py of 4. Okay, then for the text which says browse menu, let's pass on the class name. Your text is going to be white, font is going to be extra bold, text of base. Save the file. So now let's get into the return block over here. So we're gonna say return a safe area view, pass on the design to this, flex of 1 and bg of FA, 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 Within that, the first thing is for the header, which says your cart. Okay, so here we're going to use some inline styling itself. So let's go ahead and then add it. Below this, I'm going to say view. This in turn is going to have the text showing the total items. We need to define that. Let's do it. So for the text, which says your cart, style, font size of let's say 20, font weight of 800, and your color is gonna be 111 and then 827. So for this specific view, I'm gonna say style, give it a background color of this color code E63946. Next, we're gonna say some border radius of 20, give it a specific width of 20, height of 28, align items of center, and justify content of center as well. Okay, so for the outermost view, let's provide in some padding and other styles. Here I'm going to say padding horizontal. So padding horizontal of 20, padding top of 16, padding bottom of 16 as well, border bottom width that is going to be of 1, border bottom color as well. So I'm going to say F3F, 4F6. Okay, so apart from that, we're going to have your flex of row, and then align items of center, as well as justify of space between, because it is in this particular fashion. So let's try to say, before that, let's initialize the total items over here. So I'm going to say const total items is going to be equals to access your items from cart dot reduce method for every value and accumulator s plus I dot quantity. Initially, it's going to be 0. Save. There you go. We have one item from the cart. It's being shown correctly. Fine. So width also is going to be 28 basically. So for text class name, it's going to be text of white. Okay, so yeah, that's looking good. So next comes down your scrollable content. Okay, so below this, I'm going to say your scroll view, imported from React Native. So pass on the design to this, style, give it a flex of 1, and I'm going to say show vertical scroll indicator, set it to be false, and I'm going to say content container style. Here I'm going to say padding bottom of 24. Okay, so here I'm going to add the design for that. That is, if at all the total is less than 299, we're going to say add 299 minus total more for your free delivery. Else we're going to have you have unlocked the free delivery. I'm going to add that specific design for this one, which says add 140 more for free delivery. Okay, so the total should be more than 299 for the free delivery option. So here I'm just going to add it, save the file. There you go. It says add 210 more for your free delivery. You can take a look at it. This is the complete design for this specific bit. Okay, so now the next step is to show the cart items. So for that, let's try to have in a view here a map over the items. I'm going to say item.map for every item. Let's try to render a view basically. Okay, so for your view, let's pass in the key that is going to be your item.id. Let's pass on the style, the outermost part. Here we're going to have your background color, that is going to be FFF. border radius of 16, overflow is going to be hidden, and all of your shadow details over here. So format once. Next, within the view, we're going to have your image being shown. So for that, let's have a outer view. Okay, here we're going to have your image. Alright, this image is going to have in the source, which in turn is going to have in your URI. That is going to be your item dot pizza dot your base image. So yeah, style for this, it's going to have a width of 80, height of 80 as well, border radius is going to be 12. Save. There you go, that's looking pretty good. So for this specific view, I'm going to say style, give it a flex of row, and we're going to give it some internal spacing, padding of 12 and a gap of 12 as well. As you can see, that's looking neat. So below that, let's start showing down the remaining details below your image. Having a view, and let's try to have one more view, and let's try to have one more view over here. Within this, we're gonna have a simple design for the overlay. So this design is basically for your veg or non-veg, so just try to add it over here. And for the outermost one, we're gonna have the design that is for the outer circle. So style, this in turn is gonna have width of 16, height of 16 as well, and your border radius is gonna be 3, border width of 2, border color, if item.pizza.is veg, then this color code, that is 16A34A, else it's going to be DC2626. Okay, next we're gonna have your align items of center and justify content of center as well. Save the file. There you go, that's looking pretty neat. And for the outermost view here, I'm going to say style, give it a flex of 1. Next, below this view, I'm going to show the pizza name. That is going to be your item.pizza.your name. Save. As you can see, that's looking correctly fine. Pass on the style for this. Font size of, let's say, 14. Font weight of 700. Okay, so your color is going to be 111 and 287. Next, I'm going to pass on the flex of 1. Okay, also I'm going to say number of lines, that is going to be equals to 1. So yeah, this is looking good. So below the view here, I'm going to have a text which is going to show the size labels of your item.variant.size. Okay, then add a dot. Here we're going to show the crust labels of your item.variant.crust. So here let's try to have in the style. Font size is going to be 12. Color is going to be of this color code, that is 9CA3AF. Apart from that, I'm going to give it a margin bottom as well. That is going to be of 12. Save. There you go. That's looking pretty neat. Next design is for your quantity control and the other ones, that is the price as well. So below the text, have in a new view. So here, this view in turn is going to have a text which is going to show your item.variant.price multiplied by your item.quantity. Save. There you go, that's looking good. So for the view, I'm going to pass on the style. This in turn is going to have a flex direction of row, align items of center, and pass in a gap of 8. For this specific text, I'm going to say style over here, give it a font size of 16, and I'm going to say font weight of 800, and your color is going to be of this color code, that is 111 and 827. Okay, that's looking nice. So now towards the right hand side, we're going to have the minus button, the quantity, as well as the plus button. Below the text, having a view. Within this view, we're going to have a pressable. Within that, a text which is going to say minus. Next is your quantity. This is going to say item.quantity. Next, we are going to have your text, which is going to say plus. Okay, so over here, I'm going to say style. For your view, give it a flex of row. Next, we're going to have align items of center. Give it a gap of 8. Background color of F5, F5, and then F5. Border radius of 12. Next, some padding horizontal value, that is going to be 6. Your padding vertical as well, that is going to be 4. Your border width of 1.5, and your border color of this color code, that is E63946. Save. There you go, that's looking nice. I'm also going to add the design for this inner pressable. You can take a look at it. Okay, save the file. So as you can see, that's looking pretty neat, and we can actually give justify content, that is not yet given because we need it to be pushed towards the rightmost part. So over here, I'm going to say justify content of space between. There you go. Increase, automatically it should work, and everything is working properly fine. I'm just going to add a rupee symbol over here before your item.variant.price and the item.quantity. So here, let's add it just like this. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking neat. So this part is done. Also try to add some margin horizontal as well as margin top and gap of 12 to the outermost view over here, so it gets spaced out. So minimize this. The next one is going to be with respect to your bill summary, the details with respect to that. Here having a text which is going to say bill summary. Pass on the class name to this or internal styling itself. Font size of 15, font weight of 800. Color is going to be this color code, that is 111 827, and it's going to have a margin bottom of 12. Okay, below this text, let's try to have a view. Here we're going to have one more piece of view, another piece of text which is going to say item total. Here we're going to have one more piece of text which is going to show the total price. Save. As you can see, it's 89. It's being shown correctly fine. So for your outermost view, I'm going to say style. It's going to have a margin horizontal of 16, margin top of 16 as well. Background color is going to be white. Next, border radius of 16, padding of 16 as well. Next, you can copy down the shadow, color, and all of these details from the other view as well. There you go, that's looking neat. And for your inner view, I'm going to say style, give it a gap of 10. for this one, pass on the style. I'm going to say flex direction of row and then justify content of space between. Okay, that's looking good. So for these two pieces of text, I'm going to say style, font size is going to be 13, color is going to be this color code, that is 6B7280. Just copy this down over here and make the change for the color. This is going to be a different color, that is 111 and then 827. Save. Okay, the font weight is going to be 600. Okay, there you go, that's looking neat. So the next one is for your delivery fee. So let's try to add the view for that. Here having a text which is going to say delivery fee. Save. Okay, yeah, that's being shown correctly, fine. Below this delivery fee, I think we need to add this variable onto the top and then define this first of all. So here onto the bottommost part, const delivery fee is going to be equals to if total is greater than or equal to 299, it's 0, else it's 45. Const grand total is going to be equals to total plus delivery fee plus your taxes. Const taxes is equals to your math.round of your total multiplied by 0.05. This is going to be delivery fee. Let's add the condition check over here. If it's equals to 0, let's try to have in a design. Text which is going to say 49 and one more text which is going to say free. Here if it's not 0, then it's going to show the delivery fee. Okay, so style for this, it's going to have a font size of 13, font weight of 600, color is going to be this color code, that is 111 and then 827. So for this specific view, I'm going to say style, give it a flex direction of row, align items of center, gap of 6, and here let's pass on the style, font size of 13, color is going to be this color code, so 9CA and then 3AF. Apart from that, I'm going to say text decoration underline is going to be line through. Save. So you can take a look at the second style as well. I've just added it. Save the file. Okay, so for this view, I'm going to say style, give it a flex direction of row, align items of center, or we can directly say justify content of space between. There you go, that's looking good. So this part is done. So the next one is going to be for your taxes and charges. So just try to add this over here. Save. Here I'm going to say taxes and charges. Okay, here I'm going to show the taxes over here. Save. Okay, that's 4 rupees. And next we're going to show the grand total price. Instead of item total, I'm going to say grand total. save. So this is going to be font size 15, color is going to be 111827, font weight of 700. Okay, so this should be grand total instead of total. Save. As you can see, it's just a sum of all of these values. Now next I'm just going to add that design for the add more items. If at all you want to add, that's going to come below your view over here. Import router from export router, just add outer pressable and a text which says add more items, and then add some basic design, and it should push to the app. Save. As you can see, that's looking neat. So now the next step is to show that proceed to checkout button. That's the final step. So below your scroll view, let's try to have in a view. This view in turn is going to have a pressable, which in turn is going to have a view. Here it's going to have the text. It's going to show your total items, item with your total items. If it's greater than 0, if it's greater than 1, it's going to be S, else it's going to be empty. Okay, we have one item in the cart. Here I'm going to have a text which is going to say proceed to checkout. Okay, and below that we're going to have one more piece of text which is going to say grand total. For this outermost view, let's pass on the style. This in turn is going to have a background color that is going to be FFF, padding horizontal of 16, padding top of let's say 12, padding bottom of 16. Next I'm going to say border top width of 1, border top color of this color code, that is F3, F4 and then F6. Next I'm going to pass on the shadow details. You can copy it down from the previous ones. It's essentially going to be the same itself, so just add it over here. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So for this inner pressable, I'm going to say style. This also is going to have that shadow details. Apart from that, your background color, it's going to be E63946. Next, some border radius 16. Okay, I'm gonna give it a flex of row. So flex direction row, align items of center. Okay, and justify content is going to be space between. There you go, that's looking good. And for this specific view, let's pass on the style. You can take a look at it. It's going to have RGBA color. Save. As you can see, that's looking cool. And for proceed to checkout, let's pass on the style over here. So style, color is going to be FFF, font weight of 800, font size of 15, and letter spacing is going to be 0.3. Pass on the style over here. Color FFF, font weight of let's say 800, font size of 15. Save the file. There you go, that's looking good. I think some padding is required. Not padding, I think for the internal part where we have the pressable, for that we need some design. Let's add that properly. I'm just going to add the complete design for the inner pressable. Take a look at it. There you go, that's looking good. So once you press this, we're going to navigate to the checkout part. So here I'm going to say on press, take in a function directly, and I'm going to say router dot push to be a /checkout as any. Save the file. Let's create that file. That's going to be the final part. That is going to be checkout.tsx. Okay, we can create it down to the root level itself. App checkout.tsx. So rnf yes, save the file, and boom, we are coming directly to the checkout screen. That's going to look something like this, pretty simple. And you can choose your delivery address and then can press on place order. That's going to be the final step. So we just have two more screens left, that is the checkout as well as the order success. So let's get started with the design of the checkout.tsx screen. So first of all, over here in the checkout screen, let's initialize the interface address. So here I'm going to say interface address id is going to be string. We're going to have a label as well, string. We're going to have line 1 string, line 2 is going to be optional string as well, landmark is going to be string, pin code is going to be string as well, city string, latitude is going to be number, longitude is going to be number as well, is default, I'm going to say boolean over here. So here I'm going to say instead of this export default function, let's remove everything. So yeah, export default function checkout screen. Here first of all, let's get in the total and your fetch cart is going to be equals to your use cart store, import it correctly. Next, let's initialize the state for the addresses. So I'm going to say const addresses comma set addresses is going to be equals to use state. Import that from React. It's going to be of type address. Next here I'm going to say const selected address id comma set selected address id is going to be equals to use state. It's going to be string or null, initially null. Next I'm going to say const show add form comma set show add form is going to be equals to your use state. Initially it's going to be set to false. Next we're going to have for the placing order state, so I'm going to say const placing order comma set placing order is going to be equals to use state of an initial empty string. Next for the nodes, that's optional, so const nodes comma set nodes is going to be equals to use state of empty string. Next is for the loading addresses, so I'm going to say const loading addresses comma set loading addresses is going to be equals to use state of true. Next I'm going to get in the new address form state, that's going to contain your label, line 1, landmark, pin code as well as the saving address. So you can take a look at it. These are all the states that are required. Alright, let's add all of these over here as well. Next we can get into the return block over here, and remaining things we can come back and write it up. So I'm going to say return a view. It's going to have a style that's going to be equals to a flex of 1, align items of center, justify content of center as well, and it's going to have a background color of this color code, that is FA and then FA. Save. Next let's try to have in your safe area view over here, import it from your context file. Here I'm going to say give it a flex of 1, and for the safe area view let's try to have in a view. Within this we're going to have a pressable. Okay, Within this pressable, we're going to have the back button. I'm going to get the icon for that. You can choose any kind of emoji icon as well. Import text from React Native, and towards the right side it's going to say checkout. So here I'm going to say text, which is going to say checkout. Let's try to add the style for this. Font size of 16, and your color is going to be this color code, that is 3741 and then 51. So yeah, below this pressable we're going to have a text. Okay, this should come basically over here. Okay, so for the outermost view, let's provide in some style. It's gonna have a padding horizontal of 20, some padding top of let's say 16, padding bottom of 16 as well, background color of FFF, then border bottom width of 1, border bottom color, that is going to be F3, F4 and then F6. I'm going to give it a flex direction of row and then align items of center and a specific gap of 12. Save the file. I've just added it for the entire one. You can take a look at it. So let's try to import router. So I think there is some kind of issue because over here, okay, my bad, I think I've added the wrong code over here. We can remove these two things. That's the reason it's coming towards the center part. Yeah, there you go. That's looking pretty good. So now next over here we're gonna have the keyboard avoiding view below the view to show the delivery address bit. So yeah, keyboard avoiding view. Where is that? Yeah, this is the one. So here let's have in this style, give it a flex of 1. Okay, and let's add in the behavior over here. Check the condition stating that if at all your platform .os is equals to iOS, then it's going to be padding, else it's going to be height. Okay, next over here I'm going to say scroll view, import scroll view from React Native as such. Pass on the styling to this. So style equals to, give it a flex of 1, and I'm going to say show vertical scroll indicator, set it to be false, and here I'm going to say content container style is going to be equals to your padding bottom of 24. Okay, next apart from that I'm going to say also keyboard should persist tabs is going to be handled. Okay, that's it. So this part is done. Now next step is the delivery address section. So here having a view, within that have a text which is going to say your delivery address. Let's first of all pass on the style for that. So style over here, this is going to say font size, that's going to be 15, font weight of 800. Okay, color is going to be 111,827. Here I'm going to check if not of show add form, and I'm going to say add new, having a pressable and pass on a text. Okay, here I'm going to say plus add new. Save the file. There you go. Since delivery address is not there, there you go. Since this condition is true, it's gonna show the design which is going to say add new over here. So for the pressable, I'm going to say on press, set the form to be true. So set show add form to be of true. Style for this, a font size of 13, font weight of 700, color is going to be this color code, that is E63946. Alright, this is good. And for the view over here above the text, it should be in a row fashion. flex direction of row, align items of center, justify content is going to be space between, and a margin bottom of 12. Save. There you go, that's looking fine. So we need to provide some margin horizontal as well for the upper view. I think I forgot to add that view. Let me just add one more view over here. Within that, this design is going to come up, and I'm going to just add the design for this. Save. There you go, that's looking good. The next one is to show all of the existing addresses if at all they've been added. Okay, so we're going to do that part in just a bit. Let's first of all move on to the next part, that is going to be for order nodes. Okay, so yeah, below this specific view we're going to say if not of show add form and let's try to have a view over here. Within this, having a text which is going to say order nodes. So for the view, having the style, it's going to say margin horizontal of 16 and margin top of 16 as well. Pass on the style to this for order nodes. Font size of 15, font weight of 800, color 111 827, margin bottom is going to be 10. Save the file. Okay, I think we can add this below this view, I guess. Yeah, that's looking better. So below this, let's try to have the text input for the nodes part. So text input from React Native. Let's pass on the value that is going to be equals to nodes. On change text, I'm going to say set nodes. Placeholder, I'm going to say example extra chili flakes, ring the bell. And placeholder text color, I'm going to pass on this one 9CA 3AF. Okay, I'm going to say multi-line, number of lines can be 3, and let me add the design for this. There you go, just like that. This is looking nice. So now let's move on to the next step. That's going to be for the build summary part. You can pretty much copy this from the previous one. It's going to be exact same thing, no more changes, just the condition is added, that is if not of show add form and we're going to show this design. Okay, because if this is true, then some other design is going to come up, right? So we can add it right below this. I'm going to get the design and then I'm going to add it. The inner design is going to remain as is. You can take it from the card.tsx. Okay, so delivery fee should be initialized. Let's initialize it onto the top. Again, similar condition as we have written previously. I'm going to say const delivery fee is going to be equals to, if at all your total is greater than or equals to 290, then 0, else 49. Const taxes is going to be equals to your math.round of your total multiplied by 0.05. Here I'm going to say const grand total is going to be equals to your total plus your delivery fee plus the taxes. Okay, save the file and boom, just like that, is working fine, and it is just the sum of all of these numbers over here. Okay, so this part is done. So finally, let me also design the place order button, and then we can move into the addresses bit. So it's going to come below the scroll view. It's going to be sticky. So similar condition, if not of show add form and over here I'm going to have a view. Within that a pressable. Within that a text which is going to say place order. Below the text I'm going to check if at all placing order is true. Then we're going to show some kind of activity indicator showing the user that something is loading. So I'm going to say activity indicator. Here I'm going to have the color, that is going to be triple F, and size is going to be small. Okay, so once that's done, here I'm going to have a text to show the grand total. Pass on the style for the text basically. So style over here, color is going to be FFF, and I'm going to say font weight, that is going to be 800, font size, that's going to be 15. Save. There you go, something is being shown onto the screen, which is good. So for the pressable, pass on the style. Here we're going to have the background color in a conditioned way. If at all selected address ID is true, then it's going to be this color code, that is hashtag E63946. Else over here it's going to be D1D 5dB. Okay, so this part is done. Next is your border radius, that's going to be 16, and padding vertical of 16 as well. This needs to be in a row fashion, so hence I'm giving flex of row, align items of center, justify of space between. Okay, and I'm gonna give your padding horizontal of 20, and pretty much I've added the design for the shadows as well. You can take a look at it. That's the button. Okay, so for the view, let's pass on the style equals to background color is going to be white. Okay, and some padding horizontal, that's going to be 16, and your padding bottom as well 16, so this should be 12. Okay, there is padding top, that's the value 12, so padding top of 12, and we're going to have a border top color as well, that is going to be F3, 4F, and then F6. Save. Okay, this is looking good, so this is fine. So now let's get into the design of your address part. Okay, so first of all we need a form, that is add address form. So let's add the design for that. That's gonna come, let's say, after your delivery address, or you can add it pretty much anywhere within this block. So where we have the scroll view or the add new button, we can add somewhere below that, somewhere over here. True. And this design is going to show up. Okay, let's try to have a view for this, which is going to say text. Here we're going to say add new address. Save. Let's press on. First of all, let's divide this. Okay, first of all, before testing this, let's first of all give the style for the view. So style over here, background color of FFF, white, border radius of 16, padding of 16 as well, and all of the shadow colors. You can add it later. Save, add new, boom, just like that. As you can see, we're able to see that add address, and all the other details are gonna go off. Okay, so this is working fine. So style for this, font size of 14, font weight of, let's say, 800, color is going to be this color code, that is 111827. Next we're going to have margin bottom of 14. Save. Okay, that's looking good. The next one is going to be for the label selector. Let's have in the text, which is going to say label. Pass on the style for this. Okay, here we're going to say a font size of 12, font weight of, let's say, 600. Color is going to be your 6p7280. As you can see, that's working fine, and we're going to have a margin bottom of 8. I'm just going to add the code for the label options. Okay, we're going to get that over here, and then we're going to map over it. I've also added it for the loading addresses as well, and these are the label options: home, work, and other. So yeah, let's scroll down over here. So below this text, having a view. Okay, and here I'm going to say your label options dot map for every option. Let's try to have a pressable. Within that, let's try to have a text and show the option over here. So for pressable, I'm going to say key, that is going to be option. On press, I'm going to take in a function, and I'm going to say set label to be of that specific option, that is whatever is chosen. Let's pass on the style for this. So style, padding horizontal of 15, padding vertical of 8, border radius of 20, border width of 2, border color, it's going to have a conditional styling. So if label is equals to OPT, then it's going to be this color code, that is E63 and 946, else it's going to be F3, F4, F6. Okay, apart from this, we're going to have the background color added. Similar condition, if at all label equals to OPT, it's going to be FFF 5F5, else it's going to be FA, save. Okay, I think this is true, that's the reason it's working. So uncomment it, sorry, comment that down, and just like that, it's working fine. That is home, work, other. Okay, we're going to fix that in just a bit once we are doing the address bit. So yeah, this part is done. For the view, let's provide the style. It's gonna have a flex direction of row. Okay, gap of 8, margin bottom of 16. As you can see, that's looking good. By default, home is selected, so that's the reason we are showing home over here. Okay, next is going to be for pin your location. For that, we need access to the maps. So let's install React Native Maps. Export React Native Maps. This is the one. Copy this down. Add it over here. So I'm going to add the default values over here for the map region as well as the marker coordinates. You can take a look at it, and you can import your region from your React Native Maps. Let's import it onto the top. Import region, comma marker, comma your map view. From React Native Maps. Alright, this is good. So let's come down to the point where we have this design, and let's start one more text, which is going to say pin your location, style for this, font size of 12, font weight of 600, color is going to be this color code 6B7280. Okay, apart from that, a margin bottom of 6 or 8. Add new. There you go, that's working fine. So below this, I'm going to have my map view being shown. Let's add a view before that. Okay, so for this view, I'm going to have a style. it's gonna have a border radius of 12, and we're gonna have overflow of hidden and margin bottom of 10. Alright, here I'm gonna say map view. Within this, it's gonna have your marker as well. This in turn is gonna take in the coordinate. That's gonna be the marker chords that's already defined. You can take a look at it, as well as the pin color. That is gonna be A63946. So all of these are already defined. Okay, so for your map view, I'm gonna pass on the styling. It's gonna have a style. I'm gonna give it a width of, let's say, 100%. Height is gonna be, let's say, 180. This needs a region, so that's gonna be your map region that is already defined onto the top. And on region change complete, what needs to happen? Set the marker coordinates. Okay, this is gonna basically take in a function with the region. Here I'm directly going to say set your marker chords to be of your latitude, that is going to be region.latitude, and longitude, that is going to be region.longitude. Save the file, and boom, just like that, this is working perfectly fine, and we are good to go. Okay, next we're going to say we're going to have a button which says use my current location. So let's add it over here. I'm going to say pressable if locating is true. Here I'm going to say activity indicator size is going to be small, your color is going to be 0284C7, so 0284C7, and over here I'm going to make use of fragments. Basically I'm going to pass on the text with a pin. I'm going to add the design for that, and also one more text which is going to say use my current location. So this won't work correctly in the simulator, so I would recommend you to try it on your own phone. It is going to work properly fine. So here I'm going to first of all pass on the style. It's going to have a flex direction of row, okay, and then align items of center, justify content of center, gap of 6, padding vertical of 10, margin bottom of 16, and background color of F0, F9, FF. Okay, next is for the border radius. That's going to be 10, border width of 1, border color of this one BA E6, and then FD. Save the file. There you go, that's looking pretty neat. So this part is done. So just added the icon, you can take a look at it. So the next one is going to be for all of the address fields. I'm going to add for one, and then I'm going to paste for the remaining ones. You can take a look at it. So let's try to have the first text, which is going to say address line. So style for this, font size of 12, font weight of 600, your color, that is gonna be 6B7 and 280. Okay, margin bottom is gonna be equals to 6. Save the file. As you can see, that's looking neat. So here I'm gonna have my first text input. Value is gonna be equals to line 1, on change text, set line 1, placeholder, that's going to be equals to house or flat number, next here we're going to say your placeholder text color, that is going to be this color code 9CA 3AF. Alright, I'm going to pass on the style for the text input. This in turn is going to have a background color of F9 FAFP. Apart from that, your border width of 1, border color of this color code F3 F4 F6. Next we're going to have border radius as well of 12, some internal spacing, padding horizontal of 14, padding vertical of 12. Next is font size, that's going to be 14. Color is going to be this color code, that is 111 827, margin bottom of 12. There you go. That's looking good. We're able to enter the details. Similarly, I'm going to add it for all of the remaining ones, that is your landmark optional, pin code, and if at all the address length is greater than 0, we need to have the cancel button and the handle save address. These are the required things. So there you go. Just like that, this is working fine. So now let's first of all write the function for handle use my location and also handle save address onto the top. These are the important steps for the next part. So here I'm going to say const handle use my location is going to be equals to async function. Okay, I'm going to say try catch block. So catch of error. Here I'm going to say alert message. So alert dot alert of error. Here I'm going to say could not get your location. Okay, and finally over here I'm going to say set locating to be of false. Okay, so try block pretty simple. First of all say set locating to be of true, so we can show the loading state. And here I'm going to say const status. I think we also do need access to the expo location as well, so let's install that. So the first link, let's install it with the help of this command and let's execute it over here. So here on the top, I'm going to say import star as location from your expo location. All right. So yeah, let's come back over here. I'm going to say status is going to be equals to, we're going to say directly await location dot we do have request your foreground permissions async, use that, and if status is not equals to granted, then over here in this case I'm going to add the alert message, alert dot alert, that is going to be just like this. Okay, next I'm going to check const location is going to be equals to wait location dot get current position async. This would give the correct latitude as well as longitude. Once that's done, I'm going to say const latitude comma your longitude is going to be equals to your location dot coords. Okay, next I'm going to say set the marker coords to be of your latitude and the longitude. Once that's done, we're going to say set the map region as well, so that it can move the pointer to be of the latitude and the longitude. Latitude delta is going to be 0.01 and the longitude delta is going to be 0.01 as well. Save. And next over here we are trying to do the reverse geocode functionality to get the address in string. Okay, that's how we do it. So we're going to make use of this method called as reverse geocode async. That's going to take in the latitude as well as the longitude and then give the address in return. That's what we're going to do over here. Okay, so yes, that's pretty much it. Let's also write the function for handle save address. Here I'm going to say const handle save address is going to be equals to the async function Here first of all check if not of line 1 or not of pin code, then we cannot implement it. Here I'm going to say your alert dot alert required, and then please fill address and pin code, and we're going to return from the function. Okay, here let's try to have the try catch block. So here I'm going to say try catch of error, copy the alert message and then add it over here. So we're going to say error and then fail to save address. Within the try block, let's try to, first of all say set saving address to be of true, and your const result is going to be equals to await access the API from the lib folder. It's going to be your post method. Use that. It's going to be / addresses. This in turn is going to take in all of the details. Label your line 1 comma line 2, your landmark, pin code, your latitude, that is going to be marker chords dot latitude. Next longitude, that is going to be again marker chords dot longitude. Apart from that is default values required. So if at all address dot length is equals to 0. Not like this, addresses dot length is equals to 0. Okay, so once that's done, I'm going to say const new address is going to be coming from the result.data. Okay, I'm just going to set the state over here and reset all of the fields once we have set it into the state. Okay, so just like this, let's first of all give the on press to the handle save address. So where we have the button that is going to say save address. Yeah, this is the one. So here I'm going to say on press. We are going to say handle save address. Okay, so apart from that, I'm also going to give your handle use my location for the use my location button. This is the one. So let's say on press handle use my location, save the file. Let's press on use my location, and boom, just like that, it says this needs permission, we need to allow it. Okay, it says could not get your location. Let's reload the app and then let's again try it out. Let's see what exactly is happening. Reload. Or let's actually try this one out. That is the house number 54. I'm going to say near Chai Point and 56001. Save address. And boom, this is working fine. And since we have at least one address, this is working properly fine. So now the next step is to show all of the addresses over here. I'm going to add the code for that. I think that one part is missing, and let's fix that issue. Why exactly the use my current location is not working as expected. So just where we have the delivery addresses, we need to map over the existing addresses, and then we need to show that part. So just where we have this one, apart from the view, after the view I'm going to add the code. So I'm going to check the condition stating that if not of show add from and map over the addresses which we have, and make sure to use this is selected to check which address is selected based on this condition, which is going to be selected address ID is going to be equals to the current address dot ID. Okay, and we're going to show the address as well as all of these details, the label, the pin code, and all of these details is going to look something like this. Okay, so save, and just like that, whatever address we have added, that is currently being shown. That is 54 near Chai Point and then Bangalore 56001. This is the default address for now. You can directly place the order. It should work properly fine. And we need to fix up one thing, that is why the location bit is not working, that is from the map. Okay, yeah, we can look into that in just a bit. So before that, let's write one more function that is for handle place order. Once we press on this, we need to navigate to the next screen. Alright, so here I'm going to say const handle place order is going to be equals to async function. First of all, I'm going to check if at all no address is selected, we cannot place the order. So I'm going to say alert dot alert select address. Here we're going to say please select a delivery address. Okay, and try to return. Next, let's include a try catch block. So try catch of error. Here again we're going to have an alert message saying that error. With your error dot response dot data dot error. Okay, that's it. Within the try block, or yeah, let's also add the finally block over here. We're going to set it to be false, the set placing order. Within your try block, let's say set placing order is going to be true. Let's make it as false over here by default. That's the reason it was erroring out. So come back over here, and after set placing order of true, I'm going to initialize my API1. Const result is going to be equals to await API dot is going to be post to / orders. You've already tested this, it should work fine. It's going to take in your address ID, that is going to be your selected address ID as well as the nodes. And then I'm going to say await fetch cart, so the cart is cleared off. And I'm going to say router replace to be of the order success. So here I'm going to make use of backticks. I'm going to say order success order ID is going to be equals to your result dot data dot ID as a string, as any. So if that's pretty much it, let's try to save the file. And we're going to use a use effect, and we're going to show, and we're going to call the fetch addresses function every time we come to the screen onto the first time. Okay, so let's say over here use effect, it's going to run on the initial mount, which is going to say fetch addresses. So you can take a look at it, save the file, and boom, just like that, since it is mounted, we're able to see the addresses. So this would basically call to this specific endpoint, that is / addresses, and once we have the addresses, set the addresses to be of result.data, and it's going to map over that, and it's going to show the data. That's it. Okay, save, and this is working properly fine. Now the next step is to create that file order success.tsx. okay, onto the root level itself. Press on app and then order success.tsx. So this is going to have just a basic design that is just like this, showing the order ID and estimated delivery and back to menu. Okay, nothing much. It's going to have a small kind of animation as well. So let's go ahead and then design this quickly. This is the last bit. Here I'm going to say export default function order success screen is going to be equals to a function just like this. Okay, here I'm going to say return a safe area view. So pass on the style for this, that is going to be flex of 1 and a background color of FFF. And here we're going to have a animated check mark. I'm going to get the design for that. Before that, over here I'm going to get in some details from the previous screen, that is your order ID, because we have sent it over here from the params. So const order ID is going to be equals to use local search params of order ID in the form of string. I'm going to define my animations. So const scale animation is going to be equals to use ref of your new animated dot value of 0 dot current. Next I'm going to say const your fade animation is going to be equals to use ref of your new animated dot value of 0 dot current. Okay, so I'm going to add the pizza icon for the animated part. You can take a look at it. So it's going to be animated.view. It's going to have a width and height of 100, a border radius of 50, background color of this one, align items and justify content of center, margin bottom of 24, and these two styles. Save the file. Apart from this, next we're going to have your second one, that is going to be animated.view. Here we're going to have a text which is going to say order is placed. Pass on the style for this, font size of let's say 26. Okay, font weight of 800, color of 111, 827, margin bottom of 8, text align of center. Okay, next we are gonna say your pizza is being prepared with love, and you can add a emoji icon for this. Let's pass on the style for this one, font size of let's say 14, color is going to be this color code, so color 6B7280. Apart from that, text align of center, line height is going to be 22, margin bottom of 8. Okay, next I'm going to show the design that is going to be your order ID. That's going to be coming below this specific text. That's going to be just like this, import view from React Native. Save the file. Next you're going to have that estimated delivery 30 to 40 minutes. That's the ETA card. So for that, having a view, having a text which is going to say estimated delivery, pass on the style for this, font size of 13. Okay, your color is going to be E63946, E63946, font weight is going to be 700, margin bottom is going to be 4. Okay, next let's have that text which is going to say 30 to 40 minute. So yeah, pass on the design for this style. It's going to have a larger font size of let's say 28, font weight of let's say 800, and color is going to be 111287. Next we're going to have a Bangalore delivery text. Format once, it's gonna have let's say 13. Save. Okay, next is the final button. That's gonna be the back to menu button. That's gonna be coming over here. So add a pressable. Within this we're gonna have a text which is gonna say back to menu. Pass on the pressable over here, sorry, the style for the pressable, background color of this color code, that is E63946, and a border radius of 16, padding vertical of 16, padding horizontal as well of 40, and the shadow designs. And also I've written the on press as well. It's going to say router replace to be of the app. Okay, save the file. And for the animations to work, we need to make use of a use effect, and then we need to pass on the animated.sequence within the use effect so it works properly fine. So these are the required values of used, that is the to value, and we have to pass in the use native driver is true along with the tension as well as the friction. So that's pretty much it about this particular order success. Now let's test this feature out. So once I press on place order, if at all you have done everything correctly, this order should be placed under this user ID, and we need to be navigated correctly to the order success.tsx screen. So here first of all, now let's press on place order button. Let's see what exactly happens. And after all you've done everything correctly, we should be able to navigate to the next screen. That's going to be the order success screen, and the order should be placed. Okay, I'm going to say place order. Okay, my bad, I think we have not given the on press to it. That is, yeah, handle place order, it's not given. So we can give that to the button which says place order. So let's search for that. Yeah, this is the one. So on press is going to be equals to your handle place order, and apart from that, disabled is going to be equals to placing order if it's true, or not of selected address ID. Okay, these are the conditions, and save the file. Place order. Okay, it says route is not found. Alright, so I think the issue is with the backend part. Let me first verify if at all we have written the code for orders.ts. Let's verify that in the index.ts. Okay, order is there. Index.ts, yes, we are using. Oh, okay. Here it is order. Here it is orders. Okay, got the issue. This is the one. So just fix that up. Index.ts, we're going to say orders over here. Save the file. Now it should work. Place order, and boom. Just like that, is working properly fine. Some issue with respect to the design part over here. Order success. Let's look into that. Save. There you go. Okay. So you can take a look at this code. So this is the correct code for your order place. Once you press on back to menu, you should be coming back to the main screen, and the cart should be cleared out. There you go. It says your cart is empty, and browse menu. Okay. So let's get back into the orders. You can fix this simple piece of design. So for orders, we're going to show all of the user related orders. Okay. Let's go ahead and then let's style this out. So this is going to be the final step. So before that, I can add the design for the profile. That is going to look something like this. Just the user related information, logout button, and some design UI components over here. That is my orders, saved addresses, notifications, help and support, and rate the application. So I'm going to add it for the profiles over here. Save the file. Let's check it out. There you go. This is my user profile, and we can log out, and these are some UI elements. The code I'll be sending in the description, you can take a look at it, or I'll be showing you once again whatever I've entered over here. That is for the profile screen. Pretty simple, just get the user and log out. Those are the only things. These are the design items for all of these components over here. And pretty much I'm just trying to show the user related information on the top. That's the first card, your username as well as the user email. Okay. And we also can log out as well. So as that's pretty much it. You can take a look at it from the starting point. That is the code. Okay, and we can get back to the orders part over here. So orders initially onto the top over here. I'm gonna define my interface. I'm gonna say interface order item. ID is gonna be string. Quantity is going to be number. Your price is also going to be of number. Your pizza, that is going to be of name string. Your base image is going to be string. is which is gonna be a boolean. Apart from that, I'm gonna add it for the variant. Okay, your size is gonna be string, your crust is gonna be of type string. Let's give a format once. Apart from this, I'm gonna define the interface for the order over here. I'm gonna say interface order, id is gonna be of type string, status is gonna be of type string, next total amount is gonna be of type number, your created at value, that is gonna be string, notes optional string, your address is gonna be of this format, it's gonna have a label of string. Okay, next line 1, string, city is gonna be string as well, pin code is also gonna be string. Okay, next items, that is gonna be of type order item, just like this. Next, I'm going to get it for the status config, that is for placed, confirmed, preparing, out for delivery, delivered as well as cancelled, and also the size labels as well as the crust labels. You can take it from the home screen, we've already defined that. So these are the details, you can take a look at it. Okay, so now let's try to define the order screen over here. Let's remove this for now, and here I'm going to say export default function. I'm going to say order screen, okay, here I'm going to say const orders comma set orders is going to be equals to your use state of type order, that is going to be just like this, initially empty array. We do need the loading state as well, so const loading comma set loading is going to be equals to use state of true. Next here I'm going to say const expanded id comma set expanded id is going to be equals to use state of string or null, initially of null, and let's define the use effect onto the initial part. So it's going to run on the mount, so pass on a empty dependency array. Okay, here I'm going to call the function that's going to be your fetch orders. So here I'm going to say const fetch orders is going to be equals to a async function, and over here I'm going to have in my try catch block. Okay, so it's going to be catch of error and console.error. Here I'm going to say failed to fetch orders. With that specific error, a finally block, I'm going to set the loading to be of false. Within the try block, pretty simple, initialize the API, const result is going to be equals to await API imported from lib.get of orders. Okay, next I'm going to say set orders to be of your result.data. That's it. Let's come back to orders tab, no more issues. And if at all the loading is true, I'm going to check if my loading is true, then try to return over here. I'm going to say have a view, import your view from React Native. Within that we're going to have a activity indicator, size is going to be large, color is going to be this color code, that is E63 and then 946. Okay, for your view I'm going to say class name, give it a flex of 1, your items of center, justify of center as well, and bg of this color code, that is FA, and then FA. Save. Okay, so the next one is to check if at all your orders.length equals to 0, then what design to be shown. So here I'm going to say if my orders dot length equals to 0, then return a safe area view, pass on the class name for this, that's going to be flex of 1, bg of fa. Within that we're going to have a view which is going to show the text, which is going to say my orders, import text from your React Native. So yeah, class name for this, it's going to be a text of 2xl, font of extra bold, for this one some internal spacing, px of 5, pt of 4, bg is going to be white, and border is going to be b, and border gray of 100. Save. Yeah, this design won't be shown because we do have order nav, and below this view we're going to have one more piece of view. This in turn is going to have a text which is going to show the order icon that is in the form of a bag. Here I'm going to say no orders yet. Okay, below this I'm going to pass on one more thing that is going to say your order history will appear here once you place your first order. So for the outermost view, pass on the class name, give it a flex of 1, items of center, justify of center as well, and a px of 8. Okay, for this inner text, second one, the class name, text of xl, font of extra bold, text gray of 900, and a margin bottom of 2. Pass on the class name for this, it's gonna have a text of sm, text gray of 500, text of center, leading is going to be 6, and mb of 6 as well. Save. I'm going to add the remaining design as well, that is for the pressable. Okay, so make sure to import pressable from React Native. This is going to have a button which is going to say order nav. That should take you to the app. Okay, that's it. Now let's look into the return block designs. So return over here, I'm going to say view. Within that, safe area view, let's pass on the class name, give it a flex of 1, bg of hashtag fa, and for your safe area view, pass on the class name, that's going to be a flex of 1. Save. And within this, the next one is going to be for your my orders text, so that's the header design. So having a view for this, pass on the text which is going to say my orders, class name for this, text of 2xl, font is going to be extra bold, text gray of 900. Save. There you go, that's coming properly fine. Here having a view, within that a text which is going to say orders.length. There you go, we have one order, it's correctly being shown, that's good. So for this view, class name, a px of 5, pt of 4, bg of white, your border is going to be b, and border gray of 100, a flex of row, item center, and justify is going to be between. There you go, that's looking good. For the inner text, class name, give it a pg gray of 100. Okay, rounded is going to be xl, px of 3, py of 1. Save. So for this one, class name, text of xs or sm, small, and it's going to be font of bold, and text gray of 300 or 500. Okay, that's looking good. And let's say orders over here. Okay, that's cool. So below this, I'm going to map over my orders. So scroll view, Here I'm going to say show vertical scroll indicator, set it to be false. Apart from that, I'm going to say content container style. This is going to have your padding horizontal, that's going to be 16, and padding vertical, that's going to be 16 as well, and a gap is going to be of 12. Within this, I'm going to say your orders dot map for every order. First of all, let's show the status value, that is going to be your status config, that is the data which we have done of your order.status. They should give it. By default, it's going to be, I think, confirmed or pending, and here it's going to be your status config dot placed. Okay, next I'm going to say const is expanded as true. If it is expanded, then this design is going to be shown. So expanded is going to be equals to your expanded id is going to be equals to your order.id. Next, for the total items, so const total items equals to your order.items dot use the reduce method for every value and index. I'm going to say s.i.quantity, pass on the initial value, that's going to be equals to 0. Here let's try to use the return block. Having the view, within that we're going to have a outermost pressable, within that a view. The first text, that is going to be your format date, we're going to write that function of your order.created at. So I'm just going to add the function over here, that is for format date. You can take a look at it. It's going to take in the date string, and we're going to make use of the two local date string method and pass on English India, and then pass on the day value, month, year, hour, as well as minute. Save. So there you go, the order was created at 15th May 2026 at 7:46 p.m. Key is going to be order.id. For this one, class name, text effects s, text gray of 400, MB is going to be 0.5. Below that, one more piece of text. Here I'm going to say hashtag order.id dot apply the slice of -8 dot to uppercase. Save. There you go, that's the unique order ID for this specific one. Class name for this, p of 4. For the inner view, let's give the class name. It's gonna be a flex of row, items of start, justify of between, MB of 3. Okay, as you can see, that's looking neat. This part is done. So for the second text, I'm going to say class name, text of XS, text gray of 300, font of semi-bold. Let's make it 500. Yeah, that's looking neat. So this part is done. The next one is for the status label. So view, one more view for this, having a text field. This is going to show the status dot your icon. Below that, we are going to say text status dot label. As you can see, it is going to say order placed. So yeah, class name for this, flex of row, item center, gap of 1. Your rounded is going to be LG. Your px is going to be 2.5 and py of 1. Save the file. So for the status dot icon, it's going to be text of XS. For the second one, I'm going to say text of XS and font of bold. And I've also added the background color. That's going to look something like this. Okay. For the outermost view, let's pass on the class name. BG is going to be white, rounded off to XL. Overflow is going to be hidden. Okay, I think I've given this for the wrong view. Just try to remove this for now. Above this, we're going to have one more piece of view. For this, it's going to have, and these two views are going to come over here. Okay, so save. Okay, there you go, that's looking neat. This part is done. Next, let's try to show the pizza thumbnails. So below this specific view, I'm gonna have a view over here. Within that, one more piece of view. Here I'm gonna say order dot items dot slice first 30 to 3 dot map for every item comma id x. Over here, let's try to show image from React Native. Key item dot id. Your source is going to be equals to URI, and then your item dot go into the pizza dot your base image. Okay, class name width of 11, height of 11 as well. Rounded is going to be XL. Save. There you go. Just like that, we are able to see the image, and we're going to say resize mode is going to be cover. So for the outermost view, let's pass on the design. Class name, give it a flex of row, items of center, a gap of 3, MB of 3 as well. For this specific inner view, class name, give it a flex of row, save the file, and below this I'm going to check if at all my order.items.length is greater than 3, and you're going to show the design over here. So you can take a look at it, save the file. Okay, so this part is done. Next we're going to have it for the total items as well as the order items as well. That's going to come right below this specific view. Let's say right over here, save the file. There you go. We have Pani Makni, and then that is one item which is being shown correctly. Fine. Next is the bottom row, address plus the total part. So let's say over here we're going to have that design. Having a view for this, within that one more piece of view, the text is going to have the icon. I'm going to get it here. We're going to say order dot address dot label, add a dot. Here we're going to say order dot address dot your city. Here I'm going to say class name, give it a text of XS. Okay, next we're going to say text gray of 500 and give it a flex of 1. So for the topmost part, I'm going to pass on the design, flex of row, items of center, and then justify of between. For the inner view, class name, flex of row, item center, gap 1, and then flex of 1 again. So yeah, this is the inner text. Save the file. As you can see, it's being shown correctly. Fine. Label spelling is wrong. So this view, so below this we're going to have one more view, having a text which is going to show order.total amount. There you go, 209. It's being shown correctly. Fine. And having this piece of text over here. Okay, so if at all is expanded, then up, else down arrow. So class name over here, this in turn is going to say flex of row, item center, gap of 2. Here I'm going to say class name, text of base, font of extra bold, text gray of 900, and then save the file. As you can see, that's looking good. So once you press on that, we're going to make the is expanded as true, and then we're going to add the design for is expanded. So below the pressable, I'm going to check if at all is expanded as true, and go ahead and then add this specific design. So here I'm going to say order dot your items dot apply the map for every item over here. Let's try to render a view. This is just more information with respect to that specific order or item. So within this, I'm going to first of all show my image, pass on the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI. That is going to be your item dot your pizza dot your base image. Wrong spelling for item. Okay, next class name, I'm going to say width of 12, height of 12, and rounded is going to be XL. So for the view, I'm going to say key item.id, your class name, flex of row, items of center, gap of 3. So yeah, below the image over here, I'm gonna have a view. Okay, here we're gonna have one more view. Within that, we're gonna have another view. Within this, we're gonna have that overlay kind of design that is for yours, veg or non-veg. I'm gonna add design for that. You can take a look at it. Save. Okay, so first of all, let's make it as is expanded so that we could see the design whatever we are writing. Come back to the pressable over here. Yeah, to this one, and here I'm going to check on press, taking a function. Here we're going to say set expanded id to be of is expanded. If it's true, make it null, else it's going to be order.id. Save. Press on this, and boom, just like that we're able to see that design, and even this is also working properly fine. So now for this one, I'm going to say class name, give it a flex of 1. For the inner view, here I'm going to say give it a flex of row, items of center, gap of 1.5, MB is going to be 0.5. Okay, that's it. Next, you're going to show the pizza.name below this one. So having the text, I'm going to say item.pizza.name. There you go, it's being shown correctly fine. So yeah, class name for this. Okay, so text of SM, font of bold, text gray of 900. Save. And here I'm going to say number of lines is going to be equals to 1. Then apart from that, below this view, we're going to show the variant size as well as the crust and the quantity that is chosen. So having the text here, choose the size labels. Okay, it's going to be of the item dot go into the variant that is chosen dot the size for this, and make use of a dot. Here I'm going to say your crust labels of your item dot your variant dot crust, and finally we're going to have your item dot quantity. I'm going to say X over here. Save. There you go, it's properly being shown. So class name for this, text of small. That's looking pretty good. This part is done. And below the view, we're going to have one more part showing the price. Here we're going to say item dot price multiplied by your item dot quantity. So 209 into 1, it's going to be 209, and we can basically add your address and the notes part. That is going to be over here. I'm going to add the design for that. That's going to come right below your this bracket. So you can take a look at it. Save. There you go, that's it, and it's working properly fine. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So we are done with almost everything. So one part that is pending is your admin part, that is the routes for admin. You're going to write that. That's going to be the next step, and even profile is working fine. You can try to log out, and all the orders are also working fine. Just try to fix this design, it's kind of messed up. So now the next step is to first of all go into the backend part and then write the, and that's basically going to be the final part. Let's see if at all we can implement it in the front end as well. So let's move on to the backend part and then write the admin routes to show all of the details that the user has placed, that is orders, user IDs, all of those things. Alright, so for now, let's go into the backend part and then let's implement the admin functionalities. That is the last step over here in the project, and you can try to integrate that into a specific application. Okay, you can create a new project and then you can import that, or you can try to integrate the APIs properly. So for that, first of all, I'm going to go into my Prisma, and where we have the seed.ts, we need one more hard-coded data. That is going to be our seed admin. So I'm going to say new file over here, seed admin.ts. So for now, we're going to have only one admin for the app, and then it's going to be only one hotel. So the user is going to book, and all of the information is going to go to that specific admin, whoever is using the application. Okay, so here on the top, first of all, I'm going to say .env .config and let's try to import that. So here I'm going to say import .env from your .env. All right, next I'm going to say import your bcrypt from bcrypt.js. all right, and yeah, pretty much that's it for now. Here we are going to say const adapter is going to be equals to your new Prisma. Import that from Prisma adapter pg file. This in turn is going to take in your connection string. So use that. That's going to be equals to your process.env dot your database underscore your URL. Alright, next over here I'm going to say const Prisma is going to be equals to new Prisma client. It's going to be coming from your src generated Prisma client. Use that. This in turn is going to take in the adapter that we have just defined. Okay, so here I'm going to initialize my async function main. Alright, so here first of all I'm going to say const hashed is going to be equals to wait. I'm going to say bcrypt.hash. This is going to be the password admin123. You can add any password you want to add and then pass on the value 10. Here I'm going to say const admin is going to be equals to await your prisma.user.upsert. okay, here where I'm going to say your email, that is going to be your admin at pizzarush.com. update is going to be role, that is going to be of admin, and we need to create it. So I'm going to say create, name is going to be pizza rush admin. All right, then apart from that your email, that is going to be admin at pizzarush.com. your password is going to be admin123. so password hashed, role is going to be of admin. That's it. So once that's done over here, I'm going to say console.log admin created. So with this credentials you can log in and then you can see all of the details. admin.email. okay, call the function main and I'm going to say dot finally. Here I'm going to say prisma dot dollar disconnect. okay, so that's pretty much it. Let's check out your package.json. yeah, so we do have that seed admin. So let's come back to the backend folder, cd backend. Here we're going to say npm run seed admin. So there you go, just like that it has executed this command and it's currently saying admin created, that is admin at pizzarush.com. so you can try to implement this once when we write all of the endpoints for admin. So come back to the routes where we have over here new file. This is going to say your admin.ts file. okay, so here on the top I'm going to import the required things, whatever we're going to use over here. So you can try to add it over here just like this. So we're going to use your response logger, Prisma auth request, and your admin authenticate. So we're going to comment this out for now because we need to write the code for that, I guess. Now we're just going to show all of the orders that the user has placed, okay, to the admin side. So for that over here I'm going to say router dot get, it's going to be / orders. Here it's going to have a async method, pass on the request, that's going to be of type auth request. okay, and your result, that is going to be of response. Let's try to have a try catch block. So try and then catch of error. This is going to say your logger dot error admin get orders error with that specific error. okay, that's it. And I'm going to say result dot status of 500 dot JSON with a error being failed to fetch orders. So within the try block over here, I'm going to say const status comma page is going to be equals to 1, limit is going to be equals to 20. So we're going to get only the first 20 orders, if at all there are a lot of orders, equals to request dot query. So I'm also going to use the skip. Const skip is going to be equals to make use of your parse int of the page as string -1 multiplied by your limit. So again, this is going to be limit a string. So here const where is going to be equals to status is the next one. Status is going to be status is any for now, else it's going to be a empty object. Here initialize your state. So const orders comma total is going to be equals to await. I'm going to make use of my promise.all method. Here I'm going to say Prisma dot go into the orders order dot find many method. Here where pass on that it should include all of these details, user details. From here select your ID, that is going to be true, name is going to be true, email true as well, phone is going to be true as well, address again true, pass on the items. Here again I'm going to include your pizza as well as the variant as we have done previously. So enter it just like this, format once. So yes, apart from this, next is going to be for the order by, it's going to be created at and then descending. So pass on that order by. Here I'm going to say created at, it's going to be descending. I'm going to pass my skip and initialize the take, that's going to be parse int of your limit as string. Once that's done, so once that's done over here, I'm going to say prisma dot order dot count with respect to the where. Okay, that's it. So this is done. Next over here we can try to say your logger dot info admin is fetch the orders, and here I'm going to say admin ID, that is going to be request dot user ID, your count, that is going to be your orders length, and your status as well. Once that's done, here I'm going to say result dot JSON of all of your orders, your total, and the page number, that's going to be parse int of page as a string. Next your limit, similarly parse int of limit as string. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So now the next one is to update the order status. That's the only thing. So the admin for a particular status, they can update the order. The same thing should be reflected into the user part of the application if at all they reload the app. Okay, so it's going to be a patch method basically. So router dot patch, it is going to be / orders / your order ID and / status. Okay, and here we're going to have a async method with your request, that's going to be of type auth request, which in turn is going to have an order ID in the form of a string, comma your response of type response, write that properly. Here again similarly your try catch block, so catch if error. Okay, so I'm just going to add the logger message along with the result.status of 500. So let's get back to the try block. So we need access to the order ID to update any order status. So const order ID is going to be equals to request.params, and const status is going to be equals to request.body. Okay, so here next I'm going to say const valid statuses is going to be equals to, it's going to be placed confirmed, preparing, out for delivery, next we're gonna have your delivered, next your cancelled. Okay, so here I'm gonna check if not of valid statuses dot includes of your status, then in that case we cannot execute this. So I'm directly gonna say return result.status of 400.json with a error being invalid status. Okay, so that check is done. So now the next check is for getting the order. So I'm going to say const order is going to be equals to await access prisma dot order, make use of the find unique method here where they should match your ID that equals the order ID. Next check is if at all your order is not found, we cannot update the status. So I'm going to say return result.status of 404.json with a error being order not found. Okay, next I'm going to say const updated is going to be equals to await prisma dot order dot make use of the update method, again where they should match the ID of your order ID. The data is going to be your status. Okay, so this should include all of these values that we have written previously. Just copy that down, then the entire include block, and then we can add it over here. Okay, that's it. So this is the simplest way to update order status, get the order ID and then match it. That's it. So here I'm going to say logger dot info admin updated order status. Here I'm going to say admin ID, that is going to be request.user ID, then your order ID as well as the status. Once that's done, you can say result.json of your updated. That's pretty much it. So these are the two endpoints that we've written for the order part. You can also try to implement the get dashboard stats, that is the total orders, today's orders, active number of orders, total revenue, and then today revenue. I'm going to add that over here. So this is your code for getting the stats over here. That is, as I said, all of these values, orders, total orders, active orders, and then total revenue. You can take a look at it. So you can use this information and then try to generate a simple screen in a new Expo application and having a basic login screen. One login is enough because there is no register, because there is only one admin and we've already created the admin with the help of Prisma seeding. That is this one. The password also, you know it. Just try to integrate these two things. Okay, it's going to be the same URL. So yeah, now let's include this within your index.ts, that is for the admin routes. That's the final step, and we are done with this project. So here I'm going to say import your admin routes from your routes /admin. So first of all, let's come back to admin.ts. I think I've not exported the router. We need to say export default router. So here save. Okay, we can try to use this routes. I'm going to say v1.use. It's going to be /admin and the admin routes. So import your admin routes from your routes /admin. That's it. Okay, so yeah, we are done with this application. We're able to get all of the information from the backend. We're able to add items to cart, we're able to place orders, and the admin can see and view those orders as well. You can try to integrate that part. And even the cart is done, the orders tab is done, we're able to see proper orders, and even the profile is also done, and everything is working properly fine. As you can see, once I press on logout, we are navigated back to the login screen, and then we can even sign up as well or log in if at all you already have an account. Alright, so as we are done with this project, if you found this interesting, please do the like button and do subscribe for more such content. and the entire code for this project is in the description. You can take a look at it. So that's it about this video. Let's see you in the next project, and then thank you for watching.